could get this popping.
If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Clan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice spenders, sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, quote the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got it to store. Nubian Kush and black top pottery jaws, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit, ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, busting shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more, cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything he said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary, picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible gain. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish, a manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines be benching. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautics fake out.
God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer.
That's who it is.
The God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer. God killer, God killer, God killer. What out with the people? I know we had us a good stream earlier. This is on Charlatans TV. I said, you know what? We gonna do a little follow-up. I ain't put the link up yet. I'm gonna put the link up for Kemetian and my man. My man Khan, who said I was wrong, and he reads the language. He gonna come prove it. For $5 he don't. But in the meanwhile, we're gonna listen to this nice A and B selection, A, B, and C selection. My brother, Smash Rockwell. Black people, are you ready to revolt? Here on Smash Rockwell Show.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car. Or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie. And
yo, shout out to man himself. I see you with that super chat earlier.
Hands down. You ain't
Somebody else I need to say, Burning King.
You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees. Yeah.
And still be Hotep and ask to rig
All the fake
Nasheed.
shit gotta stop.
6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not down I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South. We're part of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down.
Man. See, people really just don't be getting it. Cats be doing that same deception shit. Broadcasting to the world. Lying. That should be crazy. Let me see if I can find this video. I played this recently. I'm gonna play it again. It's from the days when I was having to show people stuff. Let me see. Shout out to my man Real Thought entering the building. Let me see. You can hear me yet? I played this recently. Oh yeah, you gotta just, yeah, how you doing? Peace to you. The days when I was having to show people. You got the what you call it on. You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, peace. What's up with it?
Man, I can't call it. I just can't believe it's 2023 and it feel like we running it back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just on purpose. It's just for fun. But some people, I guess they stuck in one level, and don't want to accept information or even look over information. So they just gonna teach what they teach.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. It's just it's like I'm torn because like I love the debates. I love, you know what I mean? I love the discussion. I love all of this. Like I would rather watch all of this type of topic and I would rather watch TV. But it seems like some people just we want to be right more than we want to be united.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like if we on this Kemetic thing, we gotta find a way. We gotta find a way to unite. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot of people try to bring it all back down.
Mm-hmm.
After we done watch the elders build it up, and now we standing on their shoulders. We want to tear it all down.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. And so I was talking. I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna see if I can play it. I know that dude Khan ain't gonna come on the show. I don't even know why I did it. People just talk in the chat, and he's talking about he could read the glyphs. You know he ain't gonna come on because that's. See, again, I know
So
we was on the battlefield, so hey, that's how it be. But look, how you gonna front like you could read the glyphs or whatever, right? And tell somebody they wrong, and then all we asking you to do is demonstrate. And demonstration beat conversation, but don't nobody ever demonstrate. They just keep saying, I'm telling you this, I'm telling you that. Peace, what's up, what's up? Y'all, you can hear that audio when it said peace, what's up, what's up? Oh, I probably didn't share the audio. Let me share the audio too. So this is a video I did a while back about tune to Aleppo. In the video, just like I gave my disclaimer last time, I'm going to be saying Aleppo. Probably because I really just don't be tripping, but I didn't know how to pronounce it correctly is the real answer. But in the video, I'm talking about what I understand as up-south orientation. Sometimes we can confuse trying to understand the orientation from the ancient Egyptian perspective because we think that Egypt start at the Delta. But it didn't start there to them. They were oriented towards the center of Africa.
Sir.
So up south is how we get that. So that's kind of like what I'm breaking down in this video. But it's relevant to the discussion I just had with Kemetian, because I asked him that if I could show ancient directions that we have been deciphered, and now that you can follow the directions and you will still get to those locations, that is a real world attestation to the meta nature being deciphered. Not only that, but if you look at the ancient language, the way they wrote one of these locations, it matches up perfectly to the way what we call it today. And so I'm gonna play this video so people could get, it's like 2 teachings in one. Hopefully we could get it.
Y'all, I just want to talk about a few things. What I want to talk about is up-south orientation. You see, because some don't understand the Kemetic perspective on geographical orientation. All one has to do is refer to primary text to know the term Reshi for south indicates what we call south today, and the term Mehet, which indicates north, indicated north. From the perspective of the person living in Kemet. Now, if we look at Ramses' inscription of the Battle of Kadesh, we can see clearly I highlighted a few locations for us, and we can use our dictionaries to see the proximity of these places. But the one I want you to focus on is Aleppo, north of Tunip.
Today we're gonna focus on Tunip.
So let's talk about this. Tunip.
Y'all see T, Tunip, Tunip, okay? Let's watch this.
To Aleppo.
These dudes are saying the meta nature decipher ain't deciphered because they can't demonstrate like this. They just sit there talking. Watch this.
This was north from the Kemetic perspective, and it still says north on modern maps. As you see, it's a 2-hour and 34-minute drive north from Tunip to Aleppo.
Aleppo, man, damn.
Now, if we look at the text, it says Herbu, okay? It says Herbu. Why don't you look up XRB in a dictionary and find out, since you must.
Now, if we really want to break down Herbu as a long word, we'll know the R could be an L, right? And the B could be a P. Some people know about these sound shifts. If you recognize those sound shifts, Herbu and Aleppo could be the same thing. They could have heard Aleppo and wrote what looks like Herbu to us. But it gets better with Tunip.
Since you don't have to use dictionaries, you already know that this means Aleppo. Now it says.
So this is what I was talking about. Let's go back. You understand the sound shifts, right? And you know that the R and the L, right? You know how that works. We talk about that. A lot of us have not discussed the B and the P and the V, but they seem to have some interchangeability as well. But you can kind of see this here, but it gets more clear with the name of Tunip.
Aleppo. Now it says Kebu, Hor, Ne.
It's hard to see.
Mehet. And if you work this out, you're going to find out this is Tunip.
So hold on. I want to stop before I go back. Because when we read the glyphs, you see this T here. You see this U chick. You see this N. So you already see tune. But this ain't deciphered. But we still call it Tunip today. Now I'm going to show you the transliteration to nip. I'm going to show you the transliteration.
It's Tunip. Okay? Tunip.
Y'all see that? Oh, well, they put tune, TWNP. So here, now I asked the good brother if I could demonstrate this, what we can all see. How you gonna say the language ain't deciphered? You think we supposed to read this as a chick bird and think about something about the chick and a loaf of bread, we gonna miss the phonetic quality is saying Tunip.
Oh, I like to hear from you, good brother, Real Thought, to see if I'm pushing into something. I mean, tell me what's unclear about that.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. My biggest contention from tonight ain't really gonna be on the history. I'm gonna try to lead that to you and Kemetian from based on like what y'all was going back and forth about. My biggest contention was just the fact that he was trying to place the entire Medu Neter onto Napoleon, like he made it up or someone
You
else
coming
after
in
him.
kind of low, but we can hear you, but you just kind of low.
Like, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like from what I can see, long story short, I would rather leave the debate itself and all these points of contention up to you and Kemetian because I like I told him I want to see y'all debate. I think that'll be a good build and a good debate. But I agree on the perspective when we talk about upper and lower Kemet, it's not north and south the way the Europeans would have looked at it, and that's something that the scholars have proven a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something that's already like prerequisite knowledge.
Yeah, I know that's crazy. But in particularly, what I'm trying to stress is that the name of the locations that they were looking for in the north, when going from the same names to this day, right? And so in the decipherment process, they worked out a tunip. It looks like it says tunip. And then we could locate that there was actually a tune-up in ancient times. So then when we go to the directions to see if it's the same place, they say go north to get to Aleppo. And we find Aleppo still in the same place. I
Oh
think,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
That's what
yeah,
I'm talking
yeah.
about. Same way with how I feel about the land of Punt or Punt, however they want to pronounce it. They still trying to go back and forth about that, but to me, that's still a dagger. Whether you want to land the land of Punt in Eritrea, Somalia, or Ethiopia, same thing with this.
Word up. I know that dude. I know Kemetian wasn't gonna come. He never act like he'd come. He just gonna watch from the bushes. But other dude was acting like he was gonna pull up and wanted to have words, and so he asked for my channel name and everything. So now you just gonna sit in the crowd and just not act like you there. That's how the fight.
Is how it be, man. And yo, somebody said, "LOL, that would not be a good debate." I feel you. It might be Smash punching down just because Smash he might have, you know what I'm saying, elder and wisdom on him just from being this deep into the topic. But but if the student is trying to fight the teacher or the you know what I'm saying, go ahead, get in the ring and spar. I'm with Sonetta on that when he says if all of y'all think Kemetian is so pseudo, and I'm not saying that because I'm be real, I've never went to his channel and studied his information. I ain't gonna speak on his brand, but if y'all think he's pseudo, go ahead and knock him down. Even you know what I'm saying, like it might be a good lesson for him. It might be good entertainment for the audience. Who knows, bro? That's where I'm at with it. I think y'all should settle this.
I know one thing. YouTube makes sure you see the video when your name in the title. They make sure you see it. So dude who said he was gonna roll through his plan, he might got 10 more minutes, man. I got
Oh,
hokey doked. I knew they wasn't coming. Come on, man. I mean, not Kemetian. He gets the pass because he never said nothing like that. But other dude was like, just go. I said, I'm gonna go live. He's like, what's your channel?
man, if this is the same dude, Kanwan Amaru,
Yeah, him.
we was in the chat, bro. He told me, and if I'm mistaken, please pop up and tell a nigga I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure this was the same brother. Me and him was going back and forth about Atlantis. He was trying to claim that the name, because I asked him for, I said, give me a single source about Atlantis. He said the name Atlantis is a source itself.
Oh, okay, so he on that. Oh, okay, shout out to him. He on that. He on that Atlantis hype, you know. See, certain people you gotta know the category y'all in. You feel me? You know, hey, it's cool, Side 12. I do me, man. I don't get a little too shit, man. You feel me? Y'all just saying that because he ain't got the same type of image like maybe a Bobby Banger or something. So y'all get this compassionate shit. It's kind of like when y'all see the lion killing the deer. Y'all start feeling sorry for the deer, man. Look, I'm just a lion in this motherfucker, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what I eat. So you could look at him and look at his little timid, passive aggressive ways in the teaching bad information and feel compassionate for him. But that's just what I eat, man. I'm a lion, man. You can feel how you feel for the fawn. I know it's pretty and soft and nice. Feel good for the little oh, look at the little fawn. Nah, bro, that's what we eat. And we growl while we eating. You get mad at the lion.
And you know what's crazy, bro? This remind me on some, because this is some rap shit, bro. I remember at the Cypher, bro. Oh, man. Brother named Tucson. Real rap, nigga. I'm talking like as real as it gets when it comes to it, right? We was all trying to give this one brother some love and just let him rap and let him get his shit off. It was late night at the Cypher, you know what I'm saying? And then Tucson stepped in and he ate dude alive and spit out his remains. And the last bar I remember him saying, y'all had sympathy for him? Well, pick his head up. That's how this shit is sometimes, bro. And I'm gonna be real. I was one of those tonight because I wanted to see you in Kemetian really go at it. Like I wanted to see y'all have the back and forth. But I think it's gonna have to be set up in a formal setup because
now if I played that dialogue right now, and I know how everything go, everybody who thought what they thought about, like, oh, you was going, they gonna listen and be like, oh yeah, that dude out of pocket. Y'all just be in the moment. I like it, but I like people's opinion too. You know what I'm saying? I don't want everybody just telling me I'm right all the time. You feel me?
Yeah.
I like to hear so that you could introspectively think on your process. You feel me? Everybody don't like to do that. But what happened though? Somebody named Quan or whatever said he was gonna run up. He ain't running up. I'm talking about in these YouTube streets about this knowledge. If anyone is confused. You know, none of this, don't never take none of this out of the context. I wish y'all all well in real life, no matter what our knowledge do. But now, if you an intentional charlatan pseudo, I'll look that word up, talking about ad hominems. It's going to say the same thing. A motherfucker fronting. Just because I say it in my voice and I'm out here, I can't not be me. You a charlatan. What? Oh, why you say it like that? What does this say? I'm about to put it on the screen. Anybody tell me, is this an ad hominem? A person falsely claiming to have special knowledge or skill.
Charlatan. Charlatan.
You a charlatan, bruh. You out here acting like you got some special knowledge about this shit. Now, you could easily falsify that and show how right you is, but cats will just run, man. So, you know, I don't got he ain't on my radar like that. I don't want to say any disparaging things other than about what he's teaching. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. Because I mean, and I'm gonna be real, like a lot of people they be like, oh man, he on the Moorish tip or he on this and that. And it's like, even if he is, I get it. I remember my Moorish days, you know what I mean? And if he still deals with the Moors on a certain level out of loyalty or organizational, you know, politics or whatever it is, as like you said, you can't really challenge a man as a man when we just talking about knowledge and YouTube shit.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. So I know it sounds harsh, but I mean it applies to acting like you got some special knowledge about this shit, bruh. This is what the term is. I don't be mad at me for knowing a word for what you doing. A person falsely claiming to have special knowledge. The special knowledge is you know that the Medu Neter ain't deciphered. While the whole world think it is. You got the skill that you front. Like you say you can read hieratic. You say you can read demotic. That's a fraud, family. I'm not. What I'm supposed to do? Peace to Zoo. I see Zoo.
Peace, Smash. And you gave all the evidence right there when you gave him time and ample time and opportunity to come out there and show his magnificent methodology, and it was crickets for like a good 2 minutes. You know, so that I don't know, man. And then I don't like how people are playing that card too, because now you muddy in the waters. People from a distance who might be interested are looking at a distance and think that everybody's doing the same kind of thing. You know, at least lightweight, but people could tell that that's some other shit that he doing over there.
Yeah, man, I feel sorry for dude, cause he, but it's cool, whatever. What can I say? I ain't, like I said, I'm not gonna. He ain't really gonna be my focus for no matter of time at all. I just thought that the other dude said he was gonna come through.
He's a charismatic dude. You feel me? But
yeah, I told him the first time I met him, but like I felt like we could, build and do some stuff, but he took it like all egotistically. But I didn't think I said it right because I was like, man, you can study, you can learn from me. And whenever you say that, don't nobody really want to feel you. You feel me?
See, that's that whole that's like the hierarchy of it, man. That's what I was trying to say the other day on Sunday platform. I was like, yo, everybody trying to be a teacher, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's not how it works, man. Some of us is just front row students. Let's keep it hot.
That's what I say, man. I come in as a student.
That's
I
how
might
I
even
feel too.
appear to be as a good student sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But like, I'm here to learn and share stuff when I can. You feel me?
Yeah.
But if you can't learn, like, Kemet is such a vast topic, bro. Like, and then for people who are saying that the Egyptians traveled the whole world, let alone Africa, like, how you think you coming here presenting like the single, you know what I'm saying, truth, and nobody else knows, and you know what I'm saying? Come on, man, get that out of here, man. We got to use stuff that can be supported. You know what I mean? And we got too many elders that don't put in too much work for people to be jumping on here, making things up as they go.
I wasn't mad at Reggie. You just can't tell my emotion in the chat when I say you out of pocket, Reggie. Like if I said it like that, you probably wouldn't have thought I was mad, but I guess I was doing a lot of huffing, so you might have thought I was saying it in the same voice. Out of pocket is, man, I ain't gonna want to say nothing. I won't say like a gatekeeper or nothing, right? But I'm like, how you gonna sit there though and just be like, even all that fake equal time shit, bro. Dude was talking the whole goddamn time. Then I came on the show, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm like, this is hella crazy. But I'm just on. I don't know. It can't be explained in no politically correct way, man. When you got a motherfucker talking some fake ass shit and you letting them run their mouth, you out of pocket. I don't even give a fuck about how to say it right. That's just not how it's supposed to go. And you know that shit wrong and fake. Cut that motherfucker off. Be like, you out of here. Give a fuck. Excuse my language. But that's really just how, that's why we lose our grit. Because we shouldn't let a person lie to some people on the fence on whether it's a lie or not. And we ain't just like, you know what? You're done. Get out. You're lying. We're not going to do that. When you know you sat at all, what would Dr. Bennett did? What would all of these elders have did?
Bro, like, Dr. Ben would have probably did him so much worse, bro. Oh my God. Watch them Dr. Ben videos, man. He was on it.
You know I see the Black Raven with the contribution. Shout out to you. Thanks for supporting the channel. But so I guess I ain't got no knock on Kemetian. I didn't think he was gonna show up. The other guy said he was gonna show up, and now my fire going away because I see I was had. He was a charlatan too. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody like, what's up? And then you standing there and they don't even show up. You like, why'd I even fall for this?
Yeah, he ain't even popped up on the Sinetta panels like when he's like in the chat talking shit. And you know what I'm saying? Like he ain't one of those. He just be talking that shit.
But what it is Friday or something, right? So hey, I can't be too mad. I'm gonna spend some time with the fam in a minute. I'll do the next 30 minutes. Let this be a nice short evening show. Let somebody pop on the chat and prove that the metal nature was not deciphered. That ain't gonna happen.
That's all order.
Yeah, I don't know. So let's see if I can find tuna. Feel free to hit the link if y'all out there with some questions or whatever. It's all good. Don't even trip. So this is what I'm tripping off. Like, how you could get around this? Too bad they ain't showing the glyphs. Let's see if I can find the glyphs in another book. Let's see. Y'all can see that dictionary?
Yeah.
Damn, but I ain't gonna show the glyphs. But we seen the glyphs in my video. And we clearly see they say it said tune up in the metal nature. We know where that place is at. It's hundreds of places like this. This is just the only one I'm using. Simple question to someone who says this isn't translated is how can we find this place on the map called by that name? That's craziness. Is that an accident?
I don't know how he was about to try to get out of that. That's probably why he's had to skedaddle.
There really ain't no way around it. Corey Ron talking about Dr. Ben would have just kept lying. Black Supreme said Dr. Ben would have cussed him out. Salute Dr. Ben. You know?
Right.
I don't know. They got me on I'm over here tripping. Ain't nothing to do. I'm just going to go watch some TV. Get ready for tomorrow.
Oh shit.
What about what we do wrong about them Greek attestations? Like they fake or something? Maybe one of y'all, somebody else present my information. Because sometimes they just mad they can't get around you. You feel me? So they just, maybe somebody talk nice and soft, take my information, take my slides, and you know, in the third intermediate period, we see the they're gonna be like, look, he right. I fucks with dude. Same slides. They're gonna act like they never seen this slide before.
No bullshit, though.
Maybe I need to get an AI voice for all my shit. Forever now. just going and talking the AI voice that make me sound easy.
What they say on that show Atlanta, you got to get you a young white avatar.
But it's really like that though. Like you gotta have like a white person present the information or a suspect.
Yeah. Because if they black, somebody out of his mind asked Chief X. Actually, man, why you do that, bro? Come on, Chief X, take that video down, bro. Have some type of something. I didn't even watch the video, but I'm just asking you, can you please take the sister video down? He gonna put up the sister video picture, working hard a whole life to become an archaeologist. Ain't no slander on there nowhere on her whole file. And now you got a video with Chief X. Is she, just because we arguing? Like she don't watch YouTube and stuff. Like, why would you do that type of stuff? That let me know that some people ain't cool, man. Like, that's crazy. So, and you can just look at how beautiful she looking on the video when he trying to slander her. It don't even make no sense.
Some people don't got no conscience, man. And some people think everything a game. They don't care.
Well, I never watched this video because I couldn't stand to look at the thing, so I know he ain't going to go that bad and slander her like that. He's just going to try to frame it like, I just simply asking the question, is she... now let me type her name and watch his video pop up now. I'm glad it ain't doing it yet. Because all you see is good things. Exploring Dr. Solange, where it says, a Weinberg lecture on her series. Eventually, you're going to see this dude slandering, talking about, is she a blackologist? Is she an Afrocentrist? But again, I said, I didn't watch the video. Here we go right here. Now, why you got to do this, bruh? Don't nobody watch this dumbass video. It's Dr. Solange Ashby, an Afrocentrist. First of all, she'd probably tell you yes. And why are you using that term in that way? And why is you just coming at women with real ass careers? All of these other videos about her are pleasant. You see this? So that's just that's kind of like beyond what I want to ever be involved in. Don't start slandering people like that, and then y'all think certain people, man, Chuck, man, please. Anyway, that's just not, I don't know.
I feel that, bro. I think it's a lot of things happening nowadays that's just like it's counterproductive towards anything professional or anything that you know what I'm saying, like that they would claim they trying to become. So I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like the conscious community is at a crossroads now, man. We at a crossroads.
Kemetian tried to say some gangster stuff, like, we get popping like fish grease. I was like, please don't do that, bro. That's not fresh. You might still be feeling that way. I'm definitely not feeling that way. So it's another thing about those type of discourses that get rowdy, that some can't understand that they could just do that and not be in the realm of you being in harm's way or anything. You just wrong about this information, motherfucker. You're giving it gave to you the way you need to hear it, really. The only way you're going to think about when you falling asleep, all that other bullshit ain't going to stick. But when your ass falling asleep tonight, my voice going to be going through your motherfucking head, talking about how much a pseudo and a charlatan you is. Unless you sleep with a fake conscience to where you believe the fake ass shit you talking about. Some people do believe that and don't ever do no introspective thinking. But all the bullshit y'all say in the day, it don't stick. The real shit that a real person say may be what I contemplate when my brain free up and I'm on my way to slumber or something. Y'all know how life works. You know what I'm saying? So some of y'all say that real shit. Now I listen like, damn, that's a love he said that. You might not even know that it might not be positive all the time, but there's some shit sometimes I might have need to hear.
That's real shit. That is some real shit right there. Sometimes and sometimes you hear the last thing that you ever want to hear from the person you need to hear it from. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like you wouldn't have believed it if your friend said it or your coworker or your mama said it. You needed to hear it from somebody who don't give a damn.
That should be crazy.
That's the only way you're gonna grow. I think the best way you can tell if somebody really truly about growth and learning and all that kind of stuff is if they can take correction. If somebody just dead can't take correction, and they trying to scam you.
We be belittling ourselves. I know I'm going off topic, but one thing I learned about these subcultures and little communities that if they get small enough, they could turn to cults and stuff. One thing that the ignorance of the black man is exploited, because the shit that you could qualify, if you wrote down on a piece of paper what qualifies one as a master teacher, that's normal shit in the white community. No disrespect to us. It's just we gotta be real. Like most, a lot of us are bilingual, right? We know more than one language. You can't say everybody black know more than one language. A black person around will exploit us, not a black person. One of these, I'm a master teacher, I'm going to be a master teachers, will exploit the fact that they simply know that they're bilingual against the people who ignorant and make it look like some magic or some shit. But right. It won't sound right with if you think about Spanish, but think about Hebrew. All they know is Hebrew, but they about to get in your face and tell you shit about God and divinity and exploit the fact that they simply know another language. And that's that type of shit I be like, we be on some bullshit. You could just go right to any little bar mitzvah or whatever they call their schools, excuse me, and they all in there just learning Jewish, or learning Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, that's normal shit for other people. Like, why we gotta give a motherfucking master teacher stripes? So, for instance, all this metal netted prop, I never take the metal netted props. You know why? Because all you gotta do is go to the white people pages. They all in that shit. All in it. Y'all, we just watching the little black subculture, and I think it's wrong. This is where I thrive. This is where I exist. This is where I want to be. Talking to people who understand me talking like this. I don't want to have to change it up so motherfuckers accept what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? But I dare y'all just type metal nature and go listen to the white people talk about it. None of them gonna be acting like they're a master teacher. None of them, they just like, look, you can learn this shit. And so it be showing how lazy we is when we just want to refute something because we don't want to get to the bottom of it. And other people just getting to the bottom of it hella easily. Now, again, I'm the one who still say black, 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 and I represent black, and that's what it is. So don't take nothing of what I'm saying the wrong way. I know how much, I don't need to do no dumb make you feel good by talking about some black excellence right now in the middle of what the hell I'm talking about. Oh, okay, well, say something. No, fuck that. We talking about this little shit right here where we be tripping and we just ain't nobody gonna talk about it, so it probably won't ever be put on the front. I have a master's degree. Everybody who get a job that's well qualifying gotta have that. I don't get it.
Right. Yeah, it's I think it's about purpose too, man. A lot of people, it's like what's their purpose, what are they doing it for? You know what I'm saying? And what are they standing on the information for? Like you were saying, the thing about the language is like I do the work with the Wolof, and I talk with some scholars. If I was a different type of person, I could be out here doing big scamming on people.
Yeah. I could go, man. And y'all don't even know because I've really been in the big productions. Like, you could take a room in your house, right? And just be like, okay, this is the YouTube room. Because I do got this knowledge and information, right? Here go my cloak. I could throw on my cloak right now. I do got a cloak for personal reasons. You feel me? And I could just
pseudo for a year and make a bag.
Bruh, I could beat the brakes off everybody just from my cloak. With the dark room, so don't have me go throw it on and show y'all what it looked like. Y'all be like, put a nice backdrop up and just be like, yeah, this is what they doing, bro.
Thanks.
A lot of them, not everybody, but some of them have those ambitions.
Yeah,
and they hope that this will grow into that.
Like, and what you brought up, I think when you play the cut too much, you allow for the misunderstanding to become the standard. You know what I'm saying? So like you said, like it's just we gotta start calling out the misinformation and just holding that line and pushing that line like you've been doing. Cause some of this stuff is just too much, bro. Like how the Middle Nature hasn't been deciphered, but you using Egyptian words.
But your name based off Kemetian.
Like you can't even make this shit up, man.
That's why I asked him about the Per Imharu. I was like, yo, if that's the case, and this was the same kind of thoughts I had back when Nature Boy, Young Pharaoh, Sarah Suit, and whoever, this is the same thoughts I had, but I was humble and didn't click the link. You know what I'm saying? It's 10 years later type shit. I'm like, man, what are we still talking about? If it was never deciphered, then all of these texts that y'all claim people pulling from, you saying by proxy, it was just some white man shit they made up.
Exactly.
So deal with that. And when I asked that question, he went back into, what is the hieratic and the Hubbard? No.
Yes hold on, I ain't cutting you off. Ain't that your boy? I seen him on the YouTube streets, caught him on the block. Nigga, your boy right there. Conwan Amaru, what's up? Hit the link.
Oh, he done popped up. Let's get
it. Yeah, nigga, your boy right there.
Come on through, family.
Hit the link, family. This show's for you. Come on, hit the link. Stop playing. You see your name in the title. I always hit the link when my name is the Quido, and that ain't like it's gonna be no beef. I come and
Fact,
say, "What's up?"
if I was Kemetian, I would have hit the link pronto.
I'm gonna go live for his 5 viewers. He tripping. I've been there. I'm not saying it like that. We all be there when we build, and it might take you a while, Kemetian. But I got your name in this video, and there's more people here to see you, right? So you should just come holler and represent and bang. Don't trip. It be hard when you're trying to build these YouTube pages. And shout out to everybody who's trying to build their page. And shout out to my people who was with me when I was on here with like 3 people watching. Just like dude just said. He said Kemetian got 3 people. Let's not hold that against him, though. You know, his ain't going to grow because he got bad information, though. But all of y'all with some good information and you know it don't juke all the time, don't let that be the reason, bro, that you stop, is what I'm saying. That shit, man, I had this page for 15 years. Up in the last year, it'll be 5 people watching, even while I'm rapping and shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to talk about rap. Nobody watching. But that's what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about this. So I'm glad the people who are interested have found this page. You know what I'm saying?
Respect.
So, no, your page is definitely a blessing, man. You definitely share some original information and some dope information.
Man, where that boy at? Come on, dude, hit the link. You just popped up on the block. You showed everybody you was here, your name and the title. Now I called you a fraud. So I didn't call you harshly a fraud. I put you in the same category as being a charlatan because you got me here as minute 46 and you ain't hit the link yet. And so when I say a fraud, don't take not into your real life. I'm saying you're on the internet claiming to be able to do shit that you're demonstrating you can't do. So if you would come on here, just fry me and let's read these glyphs and tell us all this stuff. If not, the little trolling chats, I'm not going to pay attention to it.
Facts. I wanted to share something. I don't want to scare him away, though. Yeah, don't let him call you a fraud, family. Hit the link.
Yeah, like at least I qualified it. It's a respectful fraud. It's only pertaining to the information he talking about. You know, I don't know him in real life, so I can't do him like that. No, but with that shit you talking, charlatan, fraudulent. Get up out of here, family. Come on. Man, I wish I'd find a page like mine. You can fry me in the chat. Oh, con. All right, I'm going to let you go. You ain't ready. Shout out to you. You'll get ready one day. Learn the shit you acting like you know, and you'll be ready. That's all you got to do.
He said he speak Aramaic and Haitian. He up there.
I ain't mad. Respect to you. But he said he spoke that Medunetra, and I was wrong, and he was going to demonstrate it, and now he doing that shit right there. So I don't know what to say.
The fact that he called it the Aramaic. You got to, I'm on some real shit. I'm a word nerd. I study this language. My degree is in communications. When you word the
Aramaic.
The Aramaic. Your subconscious jumped out right just there, bro.
Sometimes I just troll too. I just realized you just trolling. You not trying to do what you said you was gonna do. So I'm gonna do 15 more minutes on this stream because we still chilling, but I did a long stream earlier. I am trying to get my streams up and it's working a little bit. I could share some of that and because I'll do it in one show where we just talking about building up small YouTube pages and how hard it is and how long you gotta work. But YouTube, my analytics is up. They said I did more contributions this month and they paying me better this month. And so, you know, maybe one day I'll get to the point of those people who just be chilling on YouTube, don't do nothing else. They be chilling. Imagine if you just turn on your YouTube and you ain't even doing your other stuff that you normally do because YouTube paying you so good.
That's next.
That's it. That's like, what's his name? T Grizzly, he a rapper. He started doing the online game and shit, started making more money from that than rap, and he quit.
Also, he just do online gaming on like Tinder. I mean, on what is it called? Twitter? Not Twitter, but not Tinder, but what is it called?
I feel it's so fucking many of them, bro. Yeah, I think he be on Twitch and all of that. But
Twitch,
like,
that's what I was thinking of. Yeah. I done
he
went through
might,
every app, huh?
but from what I see, like a lot of people, he got real big like off the what's it called, the GTA 5M. When you on the PC GTA shit, he be streaming that role play shit, and after that, he didn't. He was just like, man, I make more money off of this than rap sometimes.
Your mic
Mm.
low again, but we can hear you though. But your mic low again.
Nah, they be making bread off of that streaming stuff, man.
Well, my page ain't doing that yet. But you know what? I just realized, and if y'all got a monetize, I wasn't even. I know y'all probably noticed a difference that it'd be some ads at the beginning of my videos. Well, first for sometimes I wasn't turning them on purpose, but then I developed a habit of just I fell off, and then I just turned it on. And it was like, oh my god, I've been tripping. You know what I'm saying? Because it make a difference.
I be trying to let him play. If it's on your page, Sarnetta page, Unk page, that type of stuff, bro, I'm gonna let it
Hey,
play.
I be doing that too. You like, I don't know what your sign is, but I be thinking like that too. I mean, honestly, I be like, all right, I'm just gonna listen to. I did that today. I don't know who page I was watching, but I listened to like two of the ads all the way through. Then I click
Yeah,
skip.
it's just love, bro. If it ain't everybody page, but if I know it's like, man, I've been watching like on some real talk, bro. I've been watching Sarnetta type content for like 11, 12 years.
Exactly.
That shit had an actual influence on my life as a human being.
A big
You know what I'm
influence.
saying? It wouldn't be right to not support and put it back forward now.
That's a fact.
I know that's crazy.
Yo, Smash, I could show one small thing about the Medu Neter and the African languages connection, just to
Go right ahead.
kind of inform the people, leave a different kind of, I guess, taste in people's mouth.
I don't believe my dude really chose to just troll in the chat, and I got your name in the video, bro. I'm not even gonna honor you that way. I'm gonna take your name down because how
Yeah,
you. I mean,
that's cool.
I'm giving you a boost right now. We try to help each other. It's banging, right? But you could come in and try to fry me with your information, and people will be like, "Who is that?" But you ain't got it. Go ahead. You got the floor, cuz.
So, um, I don't know if y'all can see the screen, but if you can, I'm sharing the glyph of a water ripple, and we just gonna use like three basic primary signs for a short phrase, right? So we gonna use this water ripple, and I'm on here with other Medu Neter readers, you know, the Sebas, so they already know what it is. I was gonna ask Kemetian what it was, you know, but obviously this is the water ripple, and it makes the sound N, you know, and he speaks of translation methodology. But right here, we can even show how sometimes African languages can inform the Egyptological perspective. Like right here, Gardner, without knowledge of African languages, posed the question as to why the glyph N is sometimes read as Ta. Well, Ta is also another word for water or stagnant water in African languages. But that's just an addition to the question of methodology. But this N right here is all you really need to understand this phrase I'm about to share. Plus, this glyph right here, which is the Nefer glyph, right? So, like I said, I'm on here with the Sebas. If I'm wrong, they can cut me off at any time. So the Nefer glyph is a heart and trachea. We know it means beautiful, right? But the symbol itself is a heart and a trachea. Biologically, that doesn't even, it doesn't even work that way. So the heart and the trachea is symbolizing to bring things out from the heart, right? But in Wolof, you have that same kind of triconsonantal root with the same meaning, nafat, to recite, to orate. But anyway, that has a paronym, napa. So I was going to have Kemetian read this. And it's pretty simple. It just says Nefer and Nu, right? You transliterate it like that. But it's simply just saying it pleases us. It's beautiful to us, right? It's nice to us. The same phrase you can follow in Wolof. Nopal Nanu. There's a little bit of sound change with the F and the P, right? But and the R and the L, but it's essentially the same thing. Nefer Nanu, or Nefer Enu, however you want to read it, and Nopal Nanu. So I'm just showing this to say that when Kemetian and people like Kemetian say that people are dependent on these obscure methodologies to understand this ancient African language, he doesn't know what he's talking about at all, you know. And there's several instances like this, you know, and people like Diop and Obenga have been putting stuff out like this since like the 30s. You know, they even brought some of this to the Cairo Symposium and hit them across the head with some of this stuff. So when I hear people like Kemetian coming on, it just irks me in a certain kind of way. You feel me? So I just wanted to share that, you know, and let it be known. And you know, I got mad phrasal correspondences. One day I can come on and do a show if people are into it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, for sure. I would definitely be into it, man.
What happened? I thought I seen Brother Reggie in the building.
Yeah, he popped up.
I thought, oh, you didn't click the link? I thought he clicked the link. I was true.
No, I'm here.
Oh, what's up with Reggie?
Oh, nothing much. I'm watching the Magi show.
I ain't got much more. I mean, I'm gonna wait for my wife to get home, then watching TV. I don't do much TV, but I thought I've been streaming a lot today. Well, actually, the whole time the stream was going on today, I drove to a whole nother city, did hella work, then drove home, and was still. That's why y'all couldn't hear me. But this topic, Reggie, you should be commended on all the good work you've been doing to make sure people know what's right over the years. You know what I'm saying? You've been doing your thing. Right now, we having fun on the YouTube streets. Sometimes it get rowdy on the streets. And I like it when they do that because I hope people ain't taking it into their real lives and like making enemies out of me. Because I wish them well, you know what I'm saying? But if they want to get banged on with their lies, bro, I'm not going to go, Saul. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, today, you know, Sonetta, he leaves me with the show. He wants me to run the show because he's, you know, he calls me up and he chastises me. And, you know, he's running his show. Kemetian is on his show. And so I can't be on our shows. We could be really hard on him, but he's not, he don't come on your show.
Hell no, Reggie. You got
on
to think
his
about
show,
the elders, Reggie.
I do.
Feel you. I didn't say treat him foul. But you know when to cut somebody off who lying and to put him in the jam with some truth real quick. Like, hold up, you just said this. What about this?
Right, but I was listen, he was reading translated Meta text. So once he started reading that, I told him there's a transliterations. You're reading the Demotic.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Translated. You're done. Then I hit him with Walter Williams. You say the Meta is not deciphered. Do you agree with Walter Williams? Walter Williams, in his appendix, he uncites a source that shows that the Meta has he's using the Meta alphabet. This is This is the great Walter Williams. I hit him with that. So I don't want to be.
You did though. You're right. You saw he couldn't get around that either. He just ignored it. He ignored it.
Yeah, he just lied and tried to say, let me show you something, let me teach.
Yeah.
This platform is not for you to teach because you can teach on your channel and nobody watches it. So you want to come to the big stage, but because I'm running Sonetta's show, I can't treat him. I have to be neutral on Sonetta's show. He'll call me up and I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear the extra stuff. So when you came off, right? You came off. I didn't cut you, but I was
No,
trying
you're
to.
right. You're right. I did. I said I'm out. I mean, I just went out.
Right. And then I'm like, okay, so I'm not stopping him, right? But I'm letting him kill himself.
Yeah, you're right. My words were not big words. I said you was out of pocket letting him run amok. That's all.
Oh, but when you say it to me,
But
you
he
know,
was
listen,
running amok though, Reggie. Though.
One thing about Kemetian, he got a mean. He's a slippery dude, man.
no,
He be
he's
on his
not.
pivot, man.
He's not slippery. He's
He be
not.
on
Then
his
he just wants to
pivot,
be
man.
catchy.
He always changes up his argument.
Yeah, because he get caught, and then he see people not going for it, and so I said, okay, let him get a taste of Magi. So I had a lot to say about him, right? But I said, no, 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 no. So when you came back on, then the whole show was just you and him. Even though other people was waiting, I was like, no, they're gonna throw interference, right? So let's Commission deal with you. And then I had some side notes, but I showed my side notes.
Yeah.
You
Real. Not to cut you off. Real Thought just coined something that was good. He said that's how he said facts that he talking to somebody else, but he said something about sympathy for something pseudo. But that's what the new phrase is. It's called pseudo sympathy. That's what some cats be having. They be having pseudo sympathy because you know he wrong, but you just like don't crush him out. Not you. They like don't crush him out all the way like that smash because they having pseudo sympathy. But in the facts, if it's people in the world who watch these shows looking for right knowledge, somebody need to address that stuff. Those lies.
But the people
directly.
not honest because they have pseudo sympathy. They're not honest, and they don't know the meta nature. They're learning it, right? So they're not honest. Even Cedric, who how can I say was banging on us, right? Cedric had to look at the show and say Kemetian is really, really wrong, right? Really, really wrong. So, but then we have other pseudo sympathy. We let Unc come on these shows, right? Unc go wild, right? And it's hard to cut him off too, right? But we have sympathy for Unc, right? Unc Kek, the living dark bull, right? We have sympathy for him, right? And so I hope you understand what I'm saying. For years, and then all of a sudden he's calling us names and to our face and not doubling down like he wasn't on Kemet on trial. Kemet on trial was Black Egypt on trial, right? He acting like he wasn't there. He acting like he's a whole nother person. And he's identifying with white people who say we can't use black. That's scientific racism. But I never see him pull up an article that say identifying chem, which is the word, scientific racism, because we all know that the word is chem. Now we got this guy who don't read the meta nature, had all these years to learn how to read the meta nature, right? We got sympathy for him. So I don't have no sympathy for him. What does Kim mean? What does Kim mean? Right? What does Kim mean?
It mean Egyptian people.
Thank you.
I'm just joking, man. Y'all don't want to.
No. That's
I'm just saying that's what they
crazy. That's crazy, right?
Yeah, ain't it?
Yeah.
That's what it means. Peace to everybody, man. I
What's
just
up?
came.
Peace,
real quick, James, imagine us going into one of them Navajo words or something, or a Chickasaw word, right? And finding the word, say, oh, this means Americans.
Yeah, right? That's exactly the same scenario.
Yeah, and then the Native Americans, they can't find the word black. They're not venerating black. Egypt is venerating Kim, right? What does Kim mean? The Egyptologists say it means dark, right? It may not be as dark as the Nubians, but it means dark. So
what? Yeah, what I don't
they always use that Nubians thing.
What I don't like is the shifting of the goalpost every time you solidify one argument, they shift it to another. So now it's about the minimalization of how many attestations y'all can find. You see what I'm saying?
But they can't read it to find it. They don't go to the TLA. I don't know.
I'm telling you, Reggie, you in rare form lately. I love
Reggie
it.
ain't playing with them no more, man.
I'm not playing with them because that's sympathy. I don't want to call him pseudo. I don't want to call him pseudo, but your methodology is faulty. And you talk about methodology and your methodology. Let's see what the Egyptians say. I don't want to hear what you think. I want to read what the meta-nature says. And we go over the text. We have so much work between myself, Smash, Neb, so many other people. We have so many adaptations of Kim and relating to the Nubians. And well, you know what they do? They have drawn an invisible line from Upper Egypt and Nubia. Wait, but then there's a problem because there's Upper Egypt, but there's also Nubian A, right?
Mm-hmm.
Drawn from an invisible line from the Kustel incense burner to Nakata, as if these groups weren't in pre-dynastic, before Egypt was made, that they were more similar than separate. So I don't want to hear somebody who I know has no credentials in the field. I don't want to hear it.
Oh, they be saying now they just hecka funny. Everybody you show, they gonna discredit. If I say what she say, they gonna say, oh, she a blackologist. Like, how y'all doing this, and how's y'all accepting this if y'all out there really trying to learn? Let's hear what she says. I might have to skip through it, but let me know if y'all can hear this. Yeah, she's gonna take a while before she
everybody they disagree with talk out the side of their mouth.
Sitting in our chairs, and especially somebody like
we hear it, Smash.
Common Treasures.
Y'all can hear it? All right,
that they did a recreation.
Here we go. Listen.
Of interest. We didn't talk about in the same 2005 magazine that was there to support the exhibition that opened at the LA County Museum of Art for Tutankhamun, the Tutankhamun treasures, that they did a recreation and put that recreation on the cover, the one that looks like Barbra Streisand, the one that's got a super white face, and that there was a huge outcry. And at LACMA, at the museum, when the exhibition opened, because this reconstruction was on display for the first couple of weeks, we had people of color picketing the museum, saying King Tut is back and he's black. And lest you think that I'm saying that this is overkill, it's absolutely not. It's that was a total white claim of people of color and all of their power and their gold, and it was a whitewashing of an ancient Egyptian reality.
Hold on. Some people don't understand what she's saying for some reason, dude. I know I ain't smart, y'all. I mean, I'm cool, right? I can make it through this world. But y'all don't act like I know I'm not talking to no one in particular. I'm just saying, don't act like I'm the only one who hear what she's saying. And all the people be like, what's she saying, though? What is she saying, though? You know what I'm saying? They try to do that shit on purpose, like they can't hear her in defense of the people who was protesting, saying that King Tut is back and he black. I'm gonna just let it play. Why is it
meeting and having to hustle it down the hall and standing and lecturing for hours. I've done more reading, but I can't. Was there to support the exhibition that opened at the LA County Museum of Art for Tutankhamun, the Tutankhamun treasures, that they did a recreation and put that recreation on the cover, the one that looks like Barbra Streisand, the one that's got a super white face, and that there was a huge outcry. And at LACMA, at the museum, when the exhibition opened, because this reconstruction was on display for the first couple of weeks, we had people of color picketing the museum, saying King Tut is back and he's black. And lest you think that I'm saying that this is overkill, it's absolutely not. It's that was a total white claim of people of color and all of their power and their gold, and it was a whitewashing of an ancient Egyptian reality. So I actually still proudly have my t-shirt, King Tut is back and he's black. And I learned more about race appropriation, ethnic appropriation, during that time period when I was co-curator at LACMA in 2005 than any other. Even arguably more than when I taught at Howard University for a year in 19.
So she was the co-curator when that went down. You feel me? Now y'all hating, but
she's
she
not
was
qualified.
She said more than
She's
when
not
she was at Howard University.
She's not qualified to speak on this, and we know she's not qualified because she's using terms like white and black. Simple as
exactly.
that.
But she was the co-curator of the museum when this happened, and she said she bought one of them shirts.
Yeah, that's
Now-
how they discredit everything. It's crazy.
Let's hear how she goes in.
1999, 2000. So that's it's interesting to ask why there are all of these claims of the ancient Egyptians, but you know what I'd like to do today right now is to think a little bit more about the ethnicity of the ancient Egyptians from a more emic perspective. See what we can do with that. That's an interesting way to go. I will say that when people ask me what race were the ancient Egyptians, and you heard me and Jonathan talking last time, saying that race is a socially constructed concept. It's not something we can really use, but it's if we use the term ethnicity, okay, fine. But let me put it this way. If you need to choose and you need to identify and you need to understand what it would be today, why do you need to do that? But that's interesting. And I need to do it too. I think a lot of us need to understand how light the people were, how dark the people were, how they represented themselves. I would encourage all of you to look at the so-called mannequin of Tutankhamun from his tomb and look at the dark skin color that's used for his own face, an understanding of ethnicity from the Egyptian side, certainly without all of the complications of chattel slavery from Africa and a much more white versus black, literally, understanding of power and in economy and colonialism. But if I have to pick a race, whatever that is, or an ethnicity of the ancient Egyptians, I would call them people of color. And for an American audience, I would say that if they were in Alabama in 1955, they would have had to sit at the back of the bus. That's the best way for me to describe.
No, but y'all gotta remember why she said that. She said, if I had to pick a race, and then she came to her conclusion. She said that if they was in Alabama in 1955, she would say they would have to sit at the back of the bus. So then what race did she pick?
She picked the black race.
Thank you.
It's amazing to me how they have to maneuver around just saying what I can say. You know what I'm saying? Or what we say. You know, because the academia, they have to be very careful in what they say. And just instead of just being blatant about what they say, they have to kind of, use words and say stuff like that. Go to 1950 and then make an analogy like that and just saying what they know was true. But I guess that's just the way it works. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, but so I'm sorry, I have to lay down because I have to lay down. So I'm just gonna try to talk. All right. What we have to understand is classifications and rules of classification. Okay, race is problematic. Okay, but what are the other classifications that we can use, right? In that time period, right? Considering the language that we use today. That's what she's talking about. So let's not talk about race. Let's talk about the other characteristics. Now, you could do characteristics or hair. That's okay. Eyes. That's okay. Cranial structures. That's okay. Right? Bone structure. That's okay. Skin color is a problem, right? That's not okay because once you talk about skin color, people will say you're talking about race. That's but skin color is a classification, right? So what I know is that it's okay to call them black in American standards. That's what she just did. In American standards, she gave an example. They would have to sit in the back of the bus. In American standards, right? What Ankh and them don't know is that he is trying to act like today he's an anthropologist. He's not. He got no credits in anthropology, right? So what are the words that they use? They use another classification. It's called Cline. Anybody ever heard of Cline? Clinal? Has anybody heard of Clinal?
I haven't.
Okay, who's that? Pan-African James?
Yes, and then again, maybe if you start to speak on it, I may have. But go ahead.
Okay, so Clinal representation is the representation of all phenotypes, all descriptions. You put it all on the table, and then it allows you to use modern words, right, and modern examples. So if I can, I will. As soon as Smash finishes and I feel better, I'm going to get up and I'm going to show you. So what I just said is Clinal, Cline. So Cline is what we're using. Cline is what the anthropologists use, not what Ankh is using. He's not smart enough. He's simply not smart enough. So they can use the word light skin. Didn't you see in the Brooklyn Museum? They use the word light skin in the Brooklyn Museum. Well, that means there must be others, and they use light skin in the negative, that Egypt wasn't formed by external light skin. They use a clinal. So you know what Reg is doing?
What?
Reg is contacting the curator for the Brooklyn Museum. Reg is contacting the Nile Valley Collective. Reggie is trying to contact Dr. Mario Beatty on Clinal. Now, listen, Smash, I hate to break it to you. We're not debating. There's not going to be no debate between Smash and Garfield. You really think that there's going to be a debate between them?
No, I won't be one, but it's all good. I'm not mad at them. You know, they was barking. You know how, like, have you ever seen, like, hyenas?
Yeah.
Trying to attack a lion, and the lion turned around, and they run, and then the lion turned around, and they get up out of there. That's how I'm getting that feeling right now.
Yeah, so there's not going to be a family, there's not going to be a debate with all he has is logic about what Americans think about it, and that anytime that you use the word black is racism. That's not scientific. So he just shows his range. So the word Clinal, I just gave it to you, and we can do an experiment in a few minutes on it, on where that word is used in anthropology.
Yeah, I'd like to see you kind of like break that down, how it's used, because I'm a visual person. So I guess we'll wait and see what Smash got up his sleeve. And
yeah, I'll wait to Smash, and then I seem to be having some problem of something that I'm eating, and so I don't know if it's the bread, I don't know if it's pizza, but it seems to give me kind of gout. And I had it only one time before. This is the second time I'm having it, and I'm trying to, and I got kind of rid of it, and then it came back with a revenge. So either something is going wrong that I don't know, but I've had pain. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, well, your body is like a motor, and it's telling you something wrong. Pull over. You know what I'm saying? Get the engine checked to make sure everything's good, Brother Reggie. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I have other health issues I don't talk about, but this is the newest one, and I can't do a museum tour right now. I can't. I'm done. I can't do it. So them days is almost over unless I can figure this out. And I used to walk every day, like 3-4 miles every day. I just walk 3-4 miles. Man, I can't even walk please. I can't even walk a block.
So what's up, Smash? What you got going on? What's up with Dr. Rebecca Fito Kennedy? Kennedy. I think he must have stepped away.
Yeah.
But yeah, Reggie, I was reviewing another video and I done came up on another doozy. You know what I'm saying? But I looked at the because she was saying something about the fragmentation and how everything breaks apart from an archaic standpoint, and then she starts to name who broke out into who. Like I think she gave Mindy was what was the result of the admixture in West Africa, and she gave something for South Africa. I forget what. Let me see what name that was. She said Nama. Have you ever heard of them?
No.
Nama. Nama. Then she gave Mindy, and then she gives.
I know Mindy, but I don't know Nama.
And then she gives something else, and then something else. Coma for no, that I think that's Oma for East Africa, and then she gives another name for the origins of Europeans that I had never seen before they become British or whatever. I think but I found that it's in a cave in Croatia, and I think that's the oldest evidence they have of them morphing into modern day European. So I was researching that, and I'm looking at some data on it now. So I'll show that later on, maybe on another day though.
Yeah, and where is Mr. Ngozi and his sources? Well, we are still waiting for. I'm trying to figure out if Ngozi have a laptop.
Yo, at least that, huh? Yeah, like I said, if you could, try to share data, and he tries to criticize what I'm reading, but I mean it's pretty much right there in your face. Like if you do an analysis and you take out an African population and then just do the analysis based on one African population and one Levantine population, Levantian population, of course you're probably going to get when you're talking about the Egyptian population. Based on proximity, they're going to be close to the Levantian DNA. But they took out guess what they took out, Reggie? They took out the Hausa DNA. Out of the three populations that they found in the people's DNA, I think it's the Tafari or the Natufian groups. They found 3 source DNAs for that population. One of them was in the Levant, one of them was in West Africa, and one of them was in East Africa, the Hausa. It was representing that. But they wanted to do some type of a components analysis, principal component analysis, and they took out one of the populations. Instead of keeping all of the population and giving us that, they took out one African population and said that the Egyptians were more closer to that population, which is in the Levant. So, based on proximity, of course, if you just take out another African population, and guess what? They took out the East African population and then made the analysis. So they want to use West African DNA to try to find out who these people closest affinity to is instead of the Hausa, they use the West African and they use the Levantian DNA. So man, it's just like when you look at how they do stuff, just like when y'all look at the meta nature and y'all see everything is consistent until they want to start talking about humans. And then they'll say that they're just Egyptian. But they're black bulls, it's black pupil of the eye, it's black hair, whatever, it's all consistent until it gets to people. So that and for them not to understand when y'all show those primaries like that and to say, oh man, yeah, there's something wrong with that. It's either you don't comprehend what you're seeing or it's some type of a bias going on.
No, they just don't want to be wrong. Let's hear what she got to say real quick.
Egyptologist, right? So when I approach Egypt, it's based on, I mean, I've recently begun over the last few years teaching ancient Egypt as part of my courses on ancient Greece and ancient Rome. I mean, I've always taught Egypt as it intersects with those two things, but I've been sort of a bit more pointed of actually like going into pharaonic Egypt and sort of digging out some of these things for students. And I have a whole unit on them in my fall class on the ancient Mediterranean world. But so I've done probably more reading of scholarship on Egypt and had more conversations with different scholars on this than the average person. So that's sort of where I'm going to come at. But I do want to say one thing. When we say that something like Egypt is an Afro-Asiatic world, it's that we actually are trying to make it so that it's neither African nor Asian. That lots of people have come into the Egyptian valley, we say, as if there was never anybody indigenous there. And I think we just want to, one of the things you'll hear Egyptologists say often is Egyptians are Egyptians. And I think this is really important. If you sort of look at this from the perspective of the Greeks, of course, are an infant compared to Egypt, and they recognize their infancy, their sort of cultural infancy compared to Egypt. They meet the Egyptians pretty late in the day. I mean, obviously there's Bronze Age interactions, but it's really not until the 7th century that we have sort of sustained interactions with Egypt again, and we have the settling of a trade outpost, Naucratis, in the Nile Delta, which is a pan-Hellenic trading outpost. When they actually finally start interacting with the Egyptians are ruled by the Nubians, supposedly, right? These Nubians, as if the Nubians have been there all along, but the 25th dynasty, I believe it's the 25th dynasty, was the quote-unquote Black Pharaohs, but they're not the only Black pharaohs in Egyptian history, and they're also not the only Black people in Egypt. The ties are deep. So I actually would argue.
Can I stop right there?
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Because, I mean, I'm going to keep going. But
she said indigenous. What does she mean by that?
She said they aren't the only Black pharaohs. Can I ask y'all a question? Are pharaohs Egyptians?
Ooh, kill them.
I mean, anybody in the chat can say, no, Pharaoh, she ain't talking about Egyptians when she clearly say the word Black. And then she say the 25th dynasty aren't the only Black pharaohs. Those are rulers of Egyptians. That's just bigger than Egyptians. She said it ain't only the 25th dynasty, but she has a lot more to say. Let's listen.
Argue that we don't call it an Afro-Asiatic culture, but we actually call it a Nilotic culture, a Nilotic because it's actually the Nile that dictates and controls the way that this world worked and the way that movement in this world worked. We think of movement as east-west, but this movement is going to be north-south, and it's going to be a people who really sort of span the whole length of the Nile. And there's going to be movements back and forth. There's a traditional boundary between the kingdom of the Kushite.
We don't be hearing when she dissed you. It's really going to be people who span what?
North-south.
No, y'all see, y'all missed it. She said the whole length of the Nile. She did say north-south, but the treat is when she say the whole length of the Nile. Because you know how long that Nile is and how far down it go. She talk about who the people of Egypt are. And it's the people who span the whole length of the Nile. Let's hear it.
The whole length of the Nile. And there's going to be the Nile that dictates and controls the way that this world worked and the way that movement in this world worked. We think of movement as east-west, but this movement is going to be north-south, and it's going to be a people who really sort of span the whole length of the Nile.
Killing them. So this is going to be a people who span the whole length of the Nile. Y'all is playing yourself.
Watch this, man. She said that it's a Nilotic.
Exactly. She wanted to hurt him with that.
Asiatic culture. So she didn't see when you understand what she's saying. She didn't.
She's saying it in all scientific words. If I type it, let me show people what she's saying. I'm gonna type up this. Can y'all see my screen?
Man, that includes Kenya, Tanzania.
Y'all see, I just put Nilotic, right? Now it's gonna say pertaining to the Nile. But look at Nilotic peoples and watch who start popping up. See, when you say Nilotic and you in science like that, you talk about this right here. Y'all see that?
That's a damn sign.
Yeah, so that's why she said we really need to just say they Nilotic. So you got to know when she dissed you. Because if you're trying to say they're Mediterranean, and she say, nah, man, we need to say this is Nilotic. We know it means pertaining to the Nile, but she said very clearly the whole span of the Nile. This will be a people spanning the whole span of the Nile. I don't care what y'all say. I see these brothers, and y'all might see some differences, but let's look at this youngster right here in the middle, bro. You trying to tell me he don't look like he'd be on his way to the NBA if he was out here? He just look regular blacks, but people want to be acting like show these differences. I ain't with that. But anyway, she did say Nilotic. I'll let her continue, then we'll hear back from the brothers.
And there's going to be movements back and forth. There's a traditional boundary between the kingdom of the Cushites and the dynastic pharaohs. But those lines move and get blurred all over the place for over 1,000 years or more, right? And there's people moving up and down the Nile all the time. And that movement up and down the Nile is lots of people who are Egyptian, right? They are both, they might be Cushite ethnically, but they're also Egyptians, or they might, be from the Sinai Peninsula, or they might be from the Arab Peninsula and have moved into that territory. So I think we just need to be, when we try and say it's an Afro-Asiatic, we treat it as if Afro is different and Asiatic is different, but I just don't think we understand how yet, I think we don't understand yet how much the interplay between migration and indigeneity works. Often we use these 19th century models of migration theory are that populations moved in and replaced the indigenous groups, and that's just not reality. If you want to talk about intermarriage, that's where it's happening on the ground. We have massive movements of people for environmental crises, et cetera, for trade and simply and war, the movement of people through war, et cetera. So there's just, I would prefer to say it's Nilotic, right? And that the Nile is the sort of focus of it and the center of it, and that we shouldn't divide Africa in antiquity between North African and Sub-Saharan African, because it wasn't divided that way along the Nile, and in fact wasn't divided that way in the Sahara. The Sahara was not the impassable boundary that people seem to make it out to be. And if you want to talk Herodotus, I always say people who want to live by, if you're going to live by the Herodotus sword, you have to die by the Herodotus sword as well. If you want to believe Herodotus when he says, X, Y, and Z, then you also have to believe Herodotus when he says that quote unquote Ethiopians are indigenous to North Africa. So deal with it.
Here's one thing.
Deal with it. So she said a lot there. You feel me?
Facts, and they can't.
Deal with it, nigga. Said Ethiopians are North African, so people say that they not.
Chief X.
That's
so she was just talking to Chief X. She said, "Deal with it, bro." He said they're indigenous to North Africa. She also said that the mixture theory seems to be more prevalent than the displacement theory. But now she wasn't speaking towards the displacement. She was people could have got that confused. She was speaking towards invaded pharaonic race theory, just so people understand that. The invading pharaonic race theory is that some invading race came in and they was the race of the pharaohs. She said black hella times though. Am I wrong? Did she not say black hella times?
I think she did. I was still tripping off the Nilotic.
Yeah, that's what I was on. I was on that she just really just parsed that all the way out.
She was here for real.
That and the fact that she said we keep trying to separate Afro and Afro-Asiatic. That was something that stood out to me too, bro. Because they keep trying to talk about
the distinctions that we're seeing, right? We're projecting distinctions that didn't exist back then.
Exactly. And they want to act like, oh, well, it's a biology discussion. Race is a social construct. Nigga, we know. Excuse me, I gotta stop saying it. But we know race is a social construct. But if we're gonna deal with the definition says black is dark-skinned peoples, especially those of sub-Saharan heritage.
Mm-hmm.
Most of those people in that time, especially those of ancient Egyptians' ancestors, were dark-skinned Africans. And the further you go into their origins, the more sub-Saharan it gets. So, what are we talking about?
So this is why I was asking my brother Bobby why he did that the other day when he said that the book Black Genesis was pseudo. Because I learned about Naphtaliah from him. Y'all don't remember when people used to fumble and bumble on it and call it Naphtaliah? The pot the pliers. Y'all maybe a lot of us
Back.
ain't from that long time ago. But
Sound like some Mexican food.
yeah, you used to try to look it up. Huh? You remember that, Reggie? The pot the plier when they used to butcher nap the plier?
Not the plier.
Yeah.
They was
so
mixing
look,
that Dr. York shit.
but the people who really put that on the burner was this book, Black Genesis. Well, if you Google how many times they say black in that book, you're gonna be in the hundreds. Now, if I simply here go the book cover as he's showing it here, right? And this guy who's interviewing seems to be hella enthralled about the things that's said about blackness. Now, the interviewer he ain't gonna be taken back, but he gonna be like, damn, you really wanna ask me about all this black stuff?
Study.
So I'm gonna play just a piece of this, and somebody could get it in before I play this though. Go if anybody got something to say, because I don't.
I do want to say something. I'm gonna give y'all some game. This is some real good game. There's game and there's good game. These concepts of social, there's a social construct, right? Bobby Banga says that Africa is enough. To say that they're African is enough. But you all do know that Africa, right, is a social construct. Y'all do know that, right? So he's playing game on us when he's saying they're Africans. Well, Africans, to be an Africans is a social construct. Now, it is often manipulated, right? Now, when you have the social construct African, then what they do is they divide up Africa, North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, right? And they use all of these terms. But Bobby Banga, Kak, thinks that he's smart. He's not smart because a social construct is anything that people agree on at a given time. That's all the social construct is. So if I can use African, I can use black, right? African, to say African is in itself is not racism. To say black in itself is not racism, right? Those you could still deal with the diversity of Africa, right? And use things to separate populations because of the diversity. If we can't separate the diversities, then we don't have these specializations. You have to be able to separate. How do you separate people? You separate them by language. You separate them by archaeological finds at a particular time period. You separate them by writing, right? But the problem is when you start separating them by skin color, Mr. Bobby Banga and his pseudo killers, they say you can't separate them by skin color. But the Schunerin article does. It does because they immediately go to sub-Saharan populations and exclude them. And they don't even talk about the populations in the Horn of Africa, which fed into Nakata. The Horn of Africa population fed into Nakata, right? Because people can go down the Blue Nile, right? And that's in fact what they did. Also from the Western Desert, also from Nubia. Also, now what Christina Clora says is that the movement was from the south to the north. So who's the people in the south? Bobby Banga starts at, how can I say? I don't know where he starts at, but Clora, she starts at Nakata and she moves up. Who were the people of Nakata? So the problem is that you need another analysis that is Clinal, a Clinal analysis, where you can keep the diversity of the skin colors, but know that the population came from the South. And it happens that the population from the South was darker based on Bobby Banga's skin map. Bobby Banga is not the person we should be listening to. Right? I'll stop.
I'm laughing at Black Lion Supreme saying the book ain't peer reviewed. But everything out the book, brother, is stuff that we all know is true at this point. Where they talk about the drying up of the Green Sahara. Sometimes we overdo that. Like when this guy right here, let me remember his name. It's not Brothy, it's the other one. Bauval, Robert.
Oh, yeah.
Let me make sure I don't mess his name up. It's Brothy and Bauval, but let's go right here.
Yeah, his name is Robert Bauval.
Yeah, exactly. I just made sure.
And the reason why they discredit him because I think he's something else. I don't know if he's an astrologer. If he's
no, he's an astrophysicist.
Yeah, they discredit him because he wasn't supposed to have been an expert in the field. One of them.
What field is he not?
They always have to have a way to minimize.
But look, he was one of the 4 astrophysicists selected to go to Nap to Playa to see if it was actually a star chart. That ain't qualified. So what is they talking about? I don't get it. He was invited into the area to see if there was astronomical equations or if anything had to do with that being an ancient clock. He could describe the trek that he took into the area and all this stuff. And it's like some of this stuff, like when your government selects you to do a certain, or whoever selected him to do this job, however they was chosen for this, and you're an astrophysicist who worked on the device that was on the Voyager, sometimes we gotta stop acting like these people haven't qualified themselves. I'm not saying that mean you know nothing about Egypt, but we gotta remember he was brought there to talk about something.
Well, for his specialty, what he was specialized in.
He's more qualified than those people calling him pseudo.
So let's listen to this, because people saying some weird stuff in the chat. Let's just listen to this introduction.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today we'll be exploring the prehistoric origins in Black Africa
so that ain't Bauval, that's Brothy, the other writer of the book. So thank you, okay? So that we can be clear. I don't need to play all of that because look, they showing Brothy books at the book, PhD, and he's the one, as he's going to explain here, who did all this stuff. Didn't mean to cut you off, Reggie. Go right ahead.
No, go ahead, play.
All right, cool. Let's listen to some of this.
Again, it's a pleasure to be with you. In your exploration of this particular topic began with actual journeys into the deep, barely explored remote parts of the Sahara Desert in Egypt, some distance away from the Nile Valley.
Yes. So parallel in Egypt, parallel to the Nile, it goes north and south, and just 100 kilometers or so west of that is a sequence of oases. West of that, you have the desert, the Egyptian Sahara Desert, and that goes through south to the Central Africa, the Sahara Desert, drive jeep seasonally, and various domestic scenes by the same people. Because as it was assumed there was no travel. And that was a wonderful project.
During the year.
Yeah, Seasonal Lake.
Seasonal Lake, were discovered there, and you personally went to study megalithic structures, very ancient, prehistoric, that had archaeoastronomical significance.
So here we go. Yes. Let's stop. That's why he's qualified to talk about Nab to Playa, because he was invited there to look at the archaeoastrological significance of the findings. But we don't have to. Let's listen to all the dude's questions.
Fine for our viewers now. Not everyone will understand the precession of the equinoxes, which is...
No, we ain't going to let him do that one. We're going to just see when he gets... But again, he's explaining it all, and you can watch this video. It's called Black African Origins of Ancient Egyptian Culture, by the way. Well, let's go. Oh man, they're gonna commercial us up. Anybody want to talk while they're doing their commercial? Till I can skip it.
No, but except for that he is qualified. So the people saying that he is pseudo, I want to know, are they qualified to do what he is talking about?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Definitely. I don't think none of us are astrophysicists and would get invited to go measure a new rock finding with the stars. Like, we got to stop fronting. But let's hear what he says here.
It's on the horizon at the moment of the spring equinox.
All right, they're still talking
They're
about
sometimes called the Stonehenge of the. Also seem to have some sort of religious cult involving
now he's about to talk about how is the
Egyptian dynastic civilization.
See, look, he says the culture that brought in the Egyptian dynastic civilization. Ain't that what we say from Napata-Playa? Nab-to-Playa?
Serapeum, where there's a whole large, enormous complex with embalmed bulls.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So there are many elements.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Reggie. Guess what?
What?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Reggie. Guess what they found at Nab-to-Playa that he about to say?
With the cow stone, but they
no,
said
better. They
involved.
didn't find no king, but guess what they found?
Bulls.
A black bull. One black bull in a Tumalai, bro. Like he was the king. King Kemet. Hold on. Let's listen.
Like the Apis bull.
Exactly.
Clearly of the culture that was operating at Nab-to-Playa in the earlier time that moved to the Nile Valley and became the ancient Egyptian dynastic civilization.
So the culture, now let's listen, y'all. The culture that came from Nab-to-Playa moved to the Nile Valley and became the ancient Egyptian civilization. Y'all just heard that. Now listen to the question.
And one of the important correlations is which you as an astrophysicist studying archaeoastronomy pay attention to, is similar alignments found in the Giza Plateau where the Great Pyramids are.
Yeah.
So now he's saying we find all this lined up first, blah, 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 but we're going to keep cutting to the chase to have fun and get a whole quick interview. Y'all can watch it. Please support this channel. Who put it up?
For the ancient, the Nab-to-Playa people,
So you're suggesting maybe these people migrated north?
Yes.
See,
yeah, so their culture
hear the
did.
answers to all that.
Really,
wait
really,
till we start getting it in.
That I suggest also.
There was certainly no written language at that time. There are three possibilities. Political viewpoint and just trying to muster the evidence that supports their viewpoint and ignoring the other evidence. That your interest in going there was just to look at the data and see where it led.
Yes. I like to follow the evidence, and to me, I thought of it as, it mentioned the.
You weren't concerned about any of the political controversies concerning the origins of ancient Egyptian culture?
That's right.
He said you wasn't concerned about none of these political controversies about ancient Egyptian culture. He like, yeah, I wasn't going there for that. So
I was not at the time concerned with that. And after I published the one book, the Origin Map, I was actually a little surprised that some of the most enthusiastic response I got was from Black African scholars, and because they saw the importance of that for connecting the ancient Egyptian civilization with Black African origins.
So now they're about to talk about it. He just opened the can of worms. Now, y'all got to remember, when he said he got contacted by Black African scholars, he ain't talking about us. He would have said African-American scholars. He talking about Africans on the continent who looked at the significance of his work. Now check it out.
And I wasn't even thinking of that when I studied the site, but I was happy that it came out that way.
And on the other hand, when I read the book you co-authored with Robert Bauval, Black Genesis,
yes,
he described two, you could call them academic camps, the Afrocentric and the Eurocentric camp in terms of the origin of Egyptian culture. And he said neither one is being scientific if they're arguing for a political viewpoint and just trying to muster the evidence that supports their viewpoint and ignoring the other evidence. That your interest in going there was just to look at the data and see where it led.
Yes. All right.
Yes.
I
like to follow the evidence, and to me,
Black Africa.
The views of the races. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And so many Egyptians today who probably think of themselves primarily as Mediterranean people, even though they're on the African continent, look down at the idea that a very powerful ancient culture might have emerged out of Black Africa.
Yeah, and it's clearly, obviously, a modern ethnic view or ethnic mindset that leads to that kind of thinking. Not any evidence from ancient history, I don't think.
So, also, as a astrophysicist, you began to look more deeply at what these...
Those are now accepted by the conventional archaeological...
He said there's not any evidence.
Thank you. He like, that's modern thinking, man.
No,
the
he
ancients
said that's
is
not. He said he didn't even say maybe a little bit. He said there's not any evidence. That was beautiful. I liked it.
Like they hate on their African roots.
And they include, so at the bottom of the sediments is the bed. And on top of all that, because when these complex structures were found, the initial hypothesis was that they were millennia.
Your observations, or you hypothesized that their astronomical knowledge could be far more detailed than just that.
That's right. I found correlations that suggested that. The distance at which now that's kind of a crazy idea, but there's this.
You feel pretty confident about this.
The basic
astronomers and Egyptologists are going to balk at the idea that some pre-literate African people could measure the distance from the Earth to different stars. That requires today to do that sophisticated equipment.
That's right. That's right. So that's
right.
and
I hear what they're saying.
So the excavators of the site.
It's just a
random pattern.
Yeah, I understand that.
I'm gonna let this play.
The basic, obvious, well-acknowledged astrological, astrological and astronomical correlations between these megaliths and the calendar stones at Nabta Playa and elsewhere in the Sahara as well. You mentioned the Bagnal calendar.
Yeah. Bagnal Circle.
They saying all the people at Nabta Playa was black. If you ain't heard it enough towards the interview, he just bang it all out of
them. They call the Long Range Desert Expedition.
So let's just be clear, and he started doing all that.
Significance of the star series.
The people who found it, if the people who they say brought all the religious culture and this pastoral culture and everything else came out of Nabta Playa, like we've been teaching for the last few years, if they saying that these are just all black people, what's the problem with saying that?
It would have had to have occurred prior to 3000 BC.
Geophysically, it is probably weathering.
In the book African Genesis is that if you look carefully at the face of the Sphinx, it does seem to suggest the face of a black African.
Man, they say this all over the place. I'm just skipping through the video.
And that,
like, golly.
And that's now all being challenged, and I suppose it's reasonable to expect that there will be future discoveries as well.
Yeah,
and so but they saying it all over this video. They don't have no problem saying black. The book called Black Genesis, and they giving a Genesis to Egypt to black African people. These aren't these aren't Afrocentrists. This guy worked on something that was on the Voyager. The book is called Black African Origins of Ancient Egyptian Culture with Thomas Brophy. So I don't know. Y'all can get it in. I'm going to get ready to close this down. But, I mean, anybody want to say something?
I mean, I will say, Unc and them, you know what I mean? They've already kind of thrown shots at this very interview. They've thrown shots at this very book, but I got this very book on my shelf. They've some of the shots they've thrown are at very specific parts. They don't cover the book cover to cover. You know what I'm saying? The same way somebody would cherry pick the Bible or any other book. And I just think that we gotta get to a point where we understand that we on the same team. And a lot of folks still don't understand that. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well,
a lot of folks.
I'm not accepting just frivolous discredits. Like, you can't just discredit everything that you don't like what it say. You gotta falsify it.
I agree with that.
You gotta show how the people,
that need to be the standard.
Yeah, you gotta show how the people coming from Nap to Playa wasn't black people and how they didn't set that up. You can't just be like, oh, he shoot up.
And my thing is like,
got them right out of there that fast.
People saying like, oh, they're not black. They're not black, but they indigenous. Matter of fact, we're not saying people. Let's be real. And I'm not saying this as a shot because I know it's some PKs in the chat because all of these communities overlap. But it's some PKs saying that it's like, yo, they weren't black, they were indigenous African. But
they don't know what indigenous mean.
Man, they parroted it.
But they tripping on that.
Cobra Commander said that, man, and all of the what's them G.I. Joes called? The bad ones? What was the bad G.I. Joes called?
They was like the Cobras.
Yeah, all the Cobras. Yeah, once they heard Cobra Commander say that, all the Cobras just ran back and said, look, man, this is what it is. This is what we repeat.
And once again, I'm not hating on what they're doing because I love science, bro. My Neil deGrasse Tyson books, my Richard Dawson's books, they all up there next to the Kemet books. You feel me, on the bookshelf. But at the same time, I understand who I was born to be. I know what culture I'm in. I know whose people I belong to. And them people over there on the other side, no matter what you do, they will always do whatever they can to better and progress their side. That's the reality we live in, y'all. If we are going to move our fucking needle forward, we gotta focus on our people. I'm not saying we gotta be pseudo. I'm not saying we gotta disregard science. But when you lean that far to the point where you forget where it's like, okay, like race is a social construct, biology and all of that is different. But the bottom line is those people in ancient Africa were black. Them people were dark skinned. And when I say dark skinned, I don't mean jet black. You don't have to look like Wesley Snipes. You don't have to look like Bobo. You feel me? Bobo in the NBA. You don't have to look like that to be African or black. Some of those people were very, very, very light-skinned because ancient Africa and current Africa both are the most diverse populations of people. It's a very large continent with many languages, many cultures, many skin tones. When we say Black Egypt, we're not saying dark skin, black, jet black. Nigga, we just saying that those are our people. We are connected to that continent the same way Brazilians and Mexicans and all these different people, they connect to all of these different things of being Latino. There's nothing wrong with us connecting to that, of our home. If anything, we need to fucking unite behind that.
But can we make it scientific? Can we make the argument scientific? Because the way that you just spelled it out, that means those people who are white nationalists can feel the same way, and that's not scientific. And so I will offer to you that take out the politics of it, right, which is real, which we didn't create, but express it scientifically. So maybe tomorrow, if I'm well, I will give a lesson on this very type of thing to show that because of our lack of, not yours, but because of our people's lack of tools, right? We can say things within another tool set without getting trapped up in racism.
Yes.
Right? And so we actually need that tool, because otherwise you have groups like pseudo killers excluding lots of information to make their point. And I know for a fact, the only person who could float around some libraries and stuff like that and universities might be right now Cedric. Everybody else,
you sleeping. Brendan the pseudo killer, bro. Brendan always 100 and correct, and he's like one of their best real researchers.
Right,
they got
right,
some
but-
good
Yeah, they
researchers
got-
too, but
they got soldiers over there.
Yeah, they got some people just like to talk too. You feel me?
right. I left out Brendan for a particular reason, because Brendan is very, very strong, but he's busy doing some other things. And I would suggest to my good brother, keep doing those other things, because you find yourself in conversations that you didn't even start, which you would have said in the beginning a better way, right? Because you're in you know academia, right?
Yes.
But
Yes.
but now anybody, watch this, anybody in a public debate where people's children are listening to, we have a diverse audience. Two people are talking, they don't agree. How do we accept one person saying to another person, F you? Then we are, what do you call it? What's the word that we was calling? Sympathetic pseudos, but we contribute to bad behavior. And I know some of
Yeah, pseudo sympathy, that was the word.
Pseudo sympathy. Okay, but there's also sympathy against bad behavior. I wouldn't accept that in my household. Smash wouldn't accept that in his household, right? Pan-African James, Zoo, any of us would accept that type of conversation in our households. So why do we have to talk to each other like that and allow it?
I agree. I think we should get to a point where we can really be beyond that, bro. Like what we've seen from these past few scrimmages, scuffles between different peoples in the conscious community. We can really see, like, we can really get in the mud if we want to. Like, we can be just as nasty and lame as them loving hip hop, real world, bad girls club motherfuckers. We can get just as low and doing. You feel me? We don't. But in the same breath though, we them same people who's waking the sleeping giants. We them same people who will make a motherfucker realize you not just your job. You not just that class you go to in that college or that school or that whatever you stuck in. You are what you want to become as a Black person. We are them same people who wake those sleeping giants. I love both sides. We got to find the damn common ground, or we wasting time.
I agree with you, but I want to bring it back to, how do you become a Dr. John Henry Clark, right? How do you become a Dr. Leo Hansberry? How do you become a Dr. Shekante Theophilo Banga? It has to be a mixture of good character and commitment to the bigger picture. That's how you become those people. You don't become those people when you are argumentative, you can't listen, right? You avoid information, right? You say that you read, but you don't really read. We don't become that by calling people names. These are our precious
information. He said avoid.
These are
avoid information is crazy.
That's wild right there, man.
That's crazy.
Yes, because when you say that Smash is doing Magic Medunecha,
Who said that? Nobody said that. I made up Magic Medunecha. I hate when people take stuff I make it up and use against me. Come up with your own clever stuff. So when was I doing Magic Medunecha?
Oh, Cedric said that, and I think
Cedric ain't original. Shout out to Cedric on his science and other stuff. Talking about this Egypt shit, bruh, shut up. STFU, bruh. Like, for real, you don't know none of this. If anything, you're going to go speed research and microwave some information to possibly come up with a refutation.
I agree. And so now you're part of a gang. Now you actually show we the Shulu killers. We absolutely don't accept it.
Yeah, we, mature ass nigga. What you weeing up for, man? Come get on the chat by yourself.
See, that's what I don't want, and I don't want us to click up, gang
Yeah, you
up.
don't want fragmentation.
Nah, if they do that, they playing
I'm
themselves. Because me
tired,
and Bobby
dog.
be on the phone every night and every morning. So anybody who do that just making themselves look stupid when we be talking.
And
Like
mind
I
you,
said, don't go further than us.
I want to say this for the umpteenth time. I'm a nigga watching this after, bro. I'm humble. I watched this type of content for 10, 11 years before I even called in. You remember when Sonetti used to do the call-in shows before the Zoom and all that? I called. The only time I ever called in was when Nature Boy told everybody we living in a simulation. I called in and I was like, hey, nigga, chill out. You gonna have some brothers who already on the edge. You know what I'm saying? Yada, yada, yada. I ain't never called in for real. And then in 5, 6, 7 years later, then I'm on this. It's a lot of dudes out here, bro. They just cracked open a book for real. They just really made a bend in the seam of a book for real a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's kind of obvious when you start letting people do certain. It's like when you talk, and I know they can say the same about me, but when you talk, you reveal what you know, whether you want to or not. So, but what the problem is, they don't think that we can hear that they don't know nothing.
I want to say something real quick. It's off the line. Y'all go ahead, but I just be having to put my
Sadiq, did you contact Smash about that article? What did it do? Smash, Sadiq sent you an article.
Oh, Sadiq, you right there. I never get to read that one yet, but go on and bust that wig right now. I know this is my Archer right here. What's up, Sadiq?
What's up, Smash? What's going on, brother?
All good. What you got for him?
Peace, Reggie. Peace, my good brother, Reggie. Nah, I just put the video in the back. I sent you a direct message.
Oh, for real?
Can you just play it?
So, let me take this off the screen real quick. Open up the
Sadiq
chat.
is gonna kill him.
The sound is a little bit low, but just go ahead and play it.
You got a timestamp?
Play the whole 15 minutes.
15 minutes gonna beat the brakes. Oh, I got a good time where I could do something real quick.
Word.
All right, before I play this
having
video, I'm gonna
issues
show y'all
with your
something. Go
webinars?
ahead, Reggie.
Sadiq is that Archer right now. You talk about
Wasting
the young Archer, like when the people up in the front, right? They running out of arrows, right? And they gotta move back. Sadiq is going to kill.
Oh yeah, no. Sadiq got rid of a few of the Mediterraneanites, and they didn't even know. See, I just be putting the stuff on the screen. I get a lot of stuff from a lot of people. Y'all just don't know. So y'all might be giving me some credit for something I ain't even find because I put the dagger through you. But before we play this, I just want to show y'all something just on the GP if anybody is into this. Because I got this on. This is something that's in my garage, and I got it on. Had it for 2 years, just sitting in the box. It's a pump gas. It's a pump gas RC, and I got it on FB Marketplace. Right, it's worth $1,500. I ain't even never opened it, and I got it on Facebook Marketplace for a rack. Now this dude about to try to buy it in the morning, and I'm like, damn, I don't even want to. If I know somebody who into that, if y'all know what this is, you already know this $1,500. This some people riding around in real cars is $1,500, but this. It's just an RC car, a fifth scale. Anyway, I wanted to put that out there because some of my people know how I do with the RCs. But I think I'm going to let it go in the morning to this dude on Facebook Marketplace. All right, now, but if y'all want to holler, y'all know. Huh?
No, wait, you got to set it up, Sadiq. Who was knocking Sally Ann Ashton was something that I'll stop. I'm just setting up Sadiq. So our brother, Uncle Cat, right, started talking about the Nile Valley Collective to Jabari, right? Now, Sally Ann Ashton, Unc was trying to, how can I say, spin something. So Jabari was like, I know her. I know Sally Ann Ashton, right? Do you know her, Unc? And then Sadiq finished. That was my setup. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was just really, I mean, I've had this for a little minute, but it really came to head when we started talking about the Nile Valley Collective. And, you know, we keep going over this conversation of, are there scholars who say the word black, who call the ancient Egyptians black ancient Egyptians or black Africans? And we hear this multiple times from many different ways. And I just want to say in this video, you might hear that black African stuff a few times. And this is done at a proceeding. And if you can see, this is done at the Fitzwilliam. This is done at she's a museum curator.
Fitzwilliam in Cambridge. That's the Cambridge Museum.
Exactly. This is done at a symposium. It's done at a conference. Shamaka Keita is in attendance because he's one of the keynote speakers in this conference as well. And I just want to let the video speak for itself.
Oh, she about to rock y'all wig. Oh, shout out to Sadiq for always dropping the bombs. We about to listen to this. Go get y'all popcorn. It's another one of them Fridays on the Smash Rockwell show. And I'm going to let this play start right here. Thank you for bringing this video.
It shouldn't actually be necessary to place Egypt back in Africa. And yes, that's geographically or otherwise. However, the fact that in doing so it's labelled African-centred or Afrocentric demonstrates clearly that ancient Egyptian culture has in many respects become decontextualised. And I say that both as a discipline in how we study it and how we teach it, and also in the way that it's currently presented in schools and perhaps more influentially in the media. Now, my paper this afternoon is concerned with some of the issues surrounding how Kemet is represented in a museum. And it's also going to include a summary of various studies that I've undertaken, which explores people's attitudes in Britain to placing Egypt back in its African context. Now, I'd like to begin by explaining that as somebody who initially trained as a classicist, so that's ancient Greek language, classical archaeology, and then switching over to Greek and Roman Egypt, I've always seen the ancient Egyptians as black Africans, and I use that term deliberately, and I'll come back to it later. Greek and Roman historians always confuse the people of Kemet with the Ethiopians. They seem to use Ethiopia quite often when they're referring to what we would call Egypt. And when they depicted an ancient Egyptian or an African, it was with black skin, afro hair, and a wholly different appearance to themselves. We were talking earlier about this concept of the other. You can see that very clearly on this 6th century BC vase. That's made in Athens. On the right-hand side, you have a depiction of a Greek or a European. On the left-hand side, you have their depiction of an African. And I'd just like to say here, for those of you who know Snowden's work, I disagree. In the Greek period, I feel that we have almost kind of stereotypes of Africans. I think that changes very much in the Roman period, and I see these two cultures as very separate. Since 2002, I've been curating and looking after the Egyptian collections at the Fitzwilliam Museum in Cambridge. However, for the past 2 years, I've worked full-time in prison education departments using our collections to teach ancient Egyptian and Egypt from an African perspective and within an African context. And I've been researching people's attitudes towards this idea. I've been looking carefully at variables such as ethnic background, age, level of education, and an important aspect of this work has been considering the impact of including Kemet within the wider context of black history has had on black British, Jamaican, predominantly West African students with whom I mostly work. Now, some of you may be thinking, well, Kemet is African, and if people choose not to see it as African, then so what? I take the view that the role of museums should be to act as agents of change, to challenge people's perspectives and people's opinions, and often stereotypes of cultures with which they have no personal connection. In short, it shouldn't only be people who have a direct connection to Africa or an African heritage who view Egypt as Kemet. I also feel that it's important to acknowledge that Kemet has an important place in contemporary black culture and identity, which is recognised far less here in the UK than it is in the States. During the past 2 years, I've also studied criminology, and I have to say that moving into the social sciences has had a really big impact on how I interpret and look at my core subject area. It's amazing how differently you approach a subject and a research project when you know that the people that you're working with and who you're actually studying, who are participating in your research, are going to read the results. You're very, very careful not to misrepresent them. I've also noticed that disclosing our identity, backgrounds and experiences and how they might impact on our interpretation of cultures, both past and present, isn't standard practice within the field of Egyptology. And yet in the social sciences it's absolutely crucial that you include this information and acknowledge how it might impact and also how it might change your opinion on the results of your research. Now, I said I use the term Black African deliberately and with careful thought, and it's here where you start to find a divide. If you ask people were the ancient Egyptians African, the majority will probably say yes, on account of the country's geographical location. However, if you ask in a modern context were the ancient Egyptians Black, you'll get a very different response. Now, I apologise to anybody who's present and who is of African descent who does not wish to be associated with the racialised term Black, and that includes, out of 1,000 people that I saw over the last 2 years, maybe 30 to 40%. But I'm using it in its modern term here, and also important because it's a question that's asked an awful lot by my students. Now, skin colour and tone was actually an issue in the ancient world. We know that because we can see it from depictions and paintings. And the very fact that on wall paintings in Egypt, people of Kemet, they depict themselves very differently with lots of different skin colours, different types of hair, because they are Africans. And it's remarkable in that if you compare it to this, which is like a stereotype of a generic African, remember they're not actually deciding whether this is an Ethiopian or an Egyptian, it could be either. We see quite a marked contrast. We also get terms by the Greek and Roman historians used for Black in describing African people as well. So I think that's quite important, that we're not looking at a modern issue here, we're actually looking also at one that was obviously apparent in the ancient times. Now, in 2008, I was asked to work on a computer-generated image of Cleopatra for a television documentary, and I agreed to do this only if the producers, Atlantic Productions, would show the Queen as a part African. Now, I'm not the first person to suggest that Cleopatra VII was part African, and I'm not the only person to hold the view that Cleopatra's mother and paternal grandmother were Egyptians, and so Africans. If you express this belief verbally, or in written form, then most people won't respond, apart from perhaps saying, well, I thought she was a Greek. But the minute you reconstruct this and so show something visual, then you get quite a dramatic, and in some cases quite a peculiar response to the work. It's really interesting. We used a statue of Cleopatra on the left-hand side, and the people who were doing the imagery, that almost immediately they've narrowed her nose and actually made her look far more European than she is on the statue. The statue actually has quite a broad nose. So it took quite a lot of phone calls, so I didn't work with them directly, and sort of sending sketches off that various people had done and measuring proportions until we actually got something that was even similar to the statue and what we were aiming for. And the reason they did this was they were using an image on a coin that you can see on the bottom left, rather than the actual statue itself. So that was quite interesting, and you can see how the proportions and the face shape actually changed over a period of about a month in terms of sort of sending backwards and forwards different proportions and also different images and measurements from the original statue. Now, on December the 16th, 2008, the Daily Mail ran an article showing the paler version of the image that you see here, and I'd actually asked the company to make her darker skinned. The piece provoked 229 comments on its web blog, which is actually far more than any other article that day. What provoked the response was this reconstruction showing the Queen with dark skin and braided hair. Now I had a look at the, you can actually see all of them, they're still online on the Daily Mail website. But I've selected 4 here that people that were living in Britain, I don't know obviously where they were from originally, but they were people that were living in different parts of the UK. Most of the responses came from the States. Perhaps you won't be surprised to come here. This was one of quite common responses. Cleopatra was the Ptolemy family, a Greek family which practiced incest to keep the blood pure, so it's very impossible that she was mixed ethnicity. She didn't even speak Egyptian, well, according to the ancient sources she did. She would have looked nothing like that. I don't know how this person knows, but clearly they felt very strongly. We also got responses like this. The ancient Egyptians were, as any historian who has studied accounts at the time will tell you, clearly I haven't, white Caucasian Europeans. Cleopatra was white, possibly with some mixed features. And she wouldn't have been a black African, as the picture tries to suggest. They get worse. I thought the Greek Macedonians that ran Egypt did not marry outside the ruling elites, and how is it possible that Cleopatra was of a mixed ethnicity? It's more likely her Greek blood was undiluted, and last time I looked, Greeks are Europeans. This attempt to Africanize Cleopatra is just more anti-Western, multicultural rubbish. The Greek, and that was exactly how they wrote it, that ruled Egypt, looked down on Egyptian culture and were keen to preserve their distinct Greek culture and protect their separateness. The Greeks rarely adopted Egyptian customs, and when they did, it was for political reasons to make their rule more palatable. As a Ptolemaic historian, I would disagree with that entirely, but again, as somebody commented on the website, it's amazing how many Egyptologists read the Daily Mail. The other side of it, we did get some people saying, yes, of course she was mixed race, of course she was African. But this is quite interesting, and there were quite a lot of people comments. You know, why are people so caught up with colour? History is the issue here, not the colour of those who were reported in history. Achievements, mistake, knowledge, these are the things we should be asking, not what people may have looked like. What a waste of time, effort and money. It's about time people stop classifying themselves in terms of colour. Perhaps it is, but to many people, colour is actually, or it's an enforced part of their identity. And to actually deny that that is, I think, is quite naive. So, as I say, the majority of comments were like this. There were some more extreme versions coming from the States. If you want to, as I said, they're all still up there on the website. And the reason I actually use this is because the moment you put a piece of visual evidence in front of people, it becomes somehow more real. This is the problem with the media and how people of ancient Kemet are actually portrayed in many films or documentaries. And to me, this is where museums can actually play quite an important role, because we're dealing with visual material culture. And I think it's time that museums actually started to realise that and started to take more responsibility for actually how things are represented. Now, I'm not saying that that's easy by any means. This is a picture of one of our galleries at the Fitzwilliam Museum. And a question I've been asking myself is, you know, it's fine if you're giving a talk, if you're explaining things, but how do you actually replicate presenting the culture in a certain way within a museum gallery? And any museum curator, and there are 3 or 4 of you here, will know that, you know, we have problems in terms of how many labels we can fit in a case, information panels. And that may sound like a cop-out, but it's actually quite an important part of planning a gallery. If you take objects out in order to put information in, it's quite a difficult problem. I've also been asking myself, you know, how do we change people's attitudes? And also, how do we avoid tokenism in presenting Kemet to the public? And by tokenism, I mean that anything that has a remotely dark colour to it, you can say, well, that's African, or anything that looks African is actually categorised as a Nubian. You know, we need to be very, very careful. We need to be looking at the culture as a whole. I think the first thing that we can do is acknowledge that, as I said earlier, how we view the world can be influenced by our experiences, our identity, and also our background. And earlier this year, and in fact it's continued at the Centre for African Studies in Cambridge, we had an exhibition of an experiment that we did last November with 2 photographers. One was black British, and the other one was white British. And when we were out in Egypt doing some work on a survey, we visited lots of different sites. And I asked both photographers, we visited them together, to take images that really sort of form their impression of ancient Egypt, what it meant to them. The results were interesting in that one chose to concentrate mainly on statues, and so revealing the identity of the ancient Egyptians as Africans, and the other concentrated on architecture and how tourists interacted with the antiquities. So on the left you've got an example by Andrew Crowe's a British photographer, on the right hand side an example by Michael Jones, who's a white British photographer. We've also found that exhibitions are a good way to focus people on this question, and one that's going to open on Tuesday for Black History Month called Black to Kemet, again working with Black British photographer who's based in Cambridge, Andrew Crowe.
Man, I'm sorry, y'all, and hold on. I ain't trying to stop this. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to just stop this because this is the thing that I brought out on Sonetta. And Katz was saying that this was not real. The Fitzmillion Museum didn't do it. And I told you, no, it took place already. That's the only reason why I'm stopping it. We're going to let her continue. You see that black to Kemet wasn't fake. It's a real thing. Here we go.
The concept is to show images that strongly support the idea that people of ancient Kemet were what we would consider today black Africans. And I'm running a survey as the exhibition's on to see if it impacts on the attitudes of our visitors. We also have other initiatives that we've been trying to secure and will be available to the public within the next 3 months. The first is a virtual version of our Egyptian galleries, which I'll come to later. We also have on the website already 3 DVDs where we asked Egyptologists questions that were sent in by my students from prison and also by community groups. Quite difficult questions to do with race, and Shamaka was one of the speakers and answered questions on that. We produced a booklet for the courses that I'm teaching, looking at Egypt as part of Africa, and I'm pleased to say that we're in the process of getting a course accredited on African-centered Egyptology, graduate loans. And eventually, once I've managed to draw breath, because I've only been back at work for 2 weeks, the PowerPoint presentations that I'm using in the teaching will also be made available with notes for people.
Yo, Sadiq, thank you for sharing that. I mean, I think we're going to be able to end the show on that video because anybody who, they should have just got a proper professional, we don't get to sit in institutions like these and realize these lectures. If anybody tell y'all they don't use this terminology and it's wrong to say that, we could clearly see that they might be actually just going a little bit too far with that. I appreciated that video, and I'm gonna refer to it often to show people how much they tripping. Oh, anybody can unmute. I just muted y'all for the video.
Hey, what's up, Smash?
Hold on, 1 second. Hold on. I did something when that video was playing real low. I put a filter on to boost the audio, so now I need to take it off, as you guys are gonna be way too loud. All right, I just took that filter off. You want to say something now?
Yeah. What's going on, Smash? This I'd normally go by Haskell.
Peace.
Yeah, earlier I was trying to get on a panel, but it's a little crazy, man. But I had a question for you specifically.
Yes, sir.
Insofar as the racial term black, as it comes on to specifically the 25th dynasty, right? From where I'm sitting, it doesn't seem like much of mainstream academia takes much umbrage with them being referred to as black, right? You know, National Geographic did that that famous little documentary or whatever it is that they did on that.
Yeah.
Am I correct on that, or do you know of scholars who take umbrage with calling the 25th dynasty black?
They don't, and I pointed that out, but keep making your point.
Right. So then my follow-up that would be then all the disingenuous talking points that would spring forth from that, i.e., so when they agree that the 25th dynasty is black, are they saying that it was homogeneous?
Well,
are they saying that? Go ahead.
Not only that, but I point out the fact about that. So now it's okay to use this social construct. But when we talk about the 24th dynasty, we got to stop using the social construct again. You know, they say they were not either black nor white, they were Egyptians. Then you get to the 25th dynasty and you say they was black. So I see a lot of double talk in them only using the social construct to relegate the black ancient Egyptians to the 25th dynasty.
Right. So yeah, I was curious. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was the checkmate piece right there.
The same argument goes to the relationship with Egypt and Punt, right? So Punt is sub-Saharan, really, but they've changed it to Northeast Africa, right? But that same context, the early ancient Egyptians, or the ancient Egyptians' relationship with Punt, where they kept going there, right? And then identifying their goddess Hathor, or Hawat Hor, is the mistress of Punt, right? shows a great affinity, but we can only use the social construct of black pharaohs in the 25th dynasty. But that is the question, Haskell. That's where it all falls apart. That's where you see the misuse of social constructs. Social constructs are not bad. It's just that when people start to use social constructs, then it becomes bad.
I mean, language is a social construct. I mean, when someone say that race is a social construct, they're really not saying anything meaningful. You know, it's like saying the sky is blue, but you know, oh, another disingenuous talking, the anachronistic thing. Do they say that regarding the 25th dynasty? Well, they didn't call themselves black, so does anyone say that regarding the 25th dynasty, Smash or Reggie or anybody? Have you ever heard anything like that?
No.
Nah, you making some very good points. I never heard anyone complain, why y'all saying black about the 25th dynasty? They just willing to accept that.
But see, that's how you know that these people. This is the problem I have, Smash. I would like somebody to come on and elucidate the talking points that Ngozi and other people like him make, but do it in good faith. I don't believe someone like Ngozi is arguing in good faith, and I also believe he pretends that he's indifferent, but he has a dog in this fight.
For sure.
I'm not quite sure what the dog is, but he has a dog in this fight. It's very, because let me give you an example. He was in the chat trolling, right?
Man, how you say dog in Arabic? Then you gonna know he got a dog in this fight. Shout out to Ghost. Keep going.
So he had put in a chat, he said, name one Egyptian woman that was black or looked black, right? So I went for the obvious one, Queen T. I said, Queen T. Oh, well, Queen T was mitochondrial group R2D2 ABCD123. I said, okay, fine. But wait a minute. Wasn't he on here earlier eviscerating Rick Kittles he believed he placed too much emphasis on the haplogroup. Well, haplogroup is only 1% of the DNA. So when it comes to the mitochondrial, right? He pointed out Queen T mitochondrial to say that she's either not black or she's not black like us. You know, the Congoid. Well, he said big lip.
Lord, that's his favorite thing.
The Nubian lip, right? You know what I'm saying? So that stuff like that lets me know that he's not arguing in good faith, bro.
Haskell, can I interrupt you for a second?
Good.
I just want to put this on the record because I heard it. I don't know if anybody caught it, but Ngozi's qualification that he stated himself was he took a biology class as an elective. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, to be fair to him, many of us who speak on these topics, we're not degreed. So I don't want to necessarily, down talking.
We don't, but we don't also want to have him just bashing people.
Right. That's what I didn't. That's what I didn't appreciate, because they say they respect scholarship and they respect professionals, but how do you do Rick Kittles like that?
Yeah, I was about to say I couldn't tell because it seems like everybody they disagree with is talking out the side of their mouth, be talking shit, and
and that'd be amazing too. Every time I pull up a source, it's discredited immediately, or it's a personal attack on your person. But it's the same data that he's reading. I'm just trying to get him to acknowledge what I'm seeing, but he won't do it. He just said that I don't know what I'm talking about. So
another thing too, guys. I'm sorry. Another thing too. Just for the record, just so everybody knows, the listening audience, the phylogenetic tree is hypothetical. Okay? Just so people have the correct perspective, when this brother is rambling off this R2D2 nonsense and this back migrate, his favorite word, this back migrate and R212 back migrate over, none of that shit means anything in any real sense. The phylogenetic tree is literally a concept. It's a construct, a model. That's it. And you can Google it, and people who study phylogeny, they will tell you the proposed relationships are hypothetical because they happened in the past and there's no way to falsify it. You can't confirm it. The proposed relationships exist.
Yeah, because I looked off into the R haplogroup, and when you look into that, there's no genetic data for the base R. It's a hypothesis of where it originates from. So when you find that out, and then you see him keep trying, because you have a lot of R in Chad, and then you have a lot of R in the ancient mummies in Egypt.
Right.
He's trying to postulate for us to acknowledge and say, because they have a lot of R outside of Africa, that R comes from actually from
Eurasians.
From Italy.
From Eurasians, right?
From Eurasians. When you have right there in Chad across the southern Sahel, and they have writing of them being connected right there on the right there next to the Nile. Why wouldn't we postulate that R comes from there instead of the R in Europe? And the R in Africa is older than the R in Europe.
That's correct.
See what I'm
That's
saying?
correct.
He thinks we're not looking at this data, and
that's why I say
we're just all done.
He's deceptive, because I guarantee you he knows that more than me and you know it, James. He knows the oldest branch of R1b, I believe it is in Central Africa. And goes in knows that.
Hey,
RB88. If this is the hypothetical,
I got a question. Can y'all hear me? Because I've been, maybe my mic is low. I think my mic is low. So let me make my mic.
No, go ahead. We hear you, brother Reggie. Just go ahead.
I was one of the first people to ask Ngozi for sources. Right. I have always been the first person to say, basically, prove it. Show us on the screen. And then Ngozi says that it's only 1% of the genetic material. So I said the other night, I said, well, Ngozi, that just puts you out of business. 1%. So that means we have to rely on other type of evidence, right? So we have to rely on historical, we have to rely on linguistical, right? We actually have to rely on Klein, which I'll teach y'all about in another point of view. But so that's part of Ank's team. Luckily, Smash got away from that. He's his own man. But that's part of Ank's pseudo world, right?
The Ankh tree.
And he's responsible for this. So Ngozi does have a dog, whatever the Arab name is, in this fight, but he knows more about it than he's leading on, but he's continuing a narrative. And so now I'm looking at when I talk to Ankh, it's like I'm talking to Chief X. Ankh is closer to Chief X, right? Ngozi is real close to Chief X. Corey is Chief X's son, right? They are all, I'm not going to call them pseudo, but none of them can prove any of this. What they do is walk through a historical, genetic, linguistic buffet and pick and put things on their plate that they like. And the rest of the stuff they ignore, but we see all the components. And basically, as far as I am concerned, right, I've had enough. I really, look, when I'm talking, watch this. When I'm talking to Ankh, it's like I am talking to Kemetian. I am talking to Chief X. I've had enough, right? Now, before you always want people to grow. right? You always want people to grow. But when they now start using language, right, to assault people, and I know what they're doing, they can get a check from these people, right? It benefits them somehow.
Yeah. Reggie, I want to say something real quick. When they say, "Oh, the pseudo thing," oh, that's nothing, and listen, Reggie takes his work seriously, right? And a lot of times I hear you speak, Reggie. It's clear to me that you don't feel that you get the just due that you're supposed to in this community, right? You can hear that. So when you call someone who's taking what they're doing seriously a pseudo, you're invalidating them. You're saying that this person isn't to be taken seriously. So you can't just say, "Oh, it's pseudo, it's not, it doesn't, it's just hey, it's nothing." No, it's very offensive.
It's Cash App wars. It really comes down to Cash App wars. It used to be YouTube wars where YouTube pays you. Now it's Cash App. So what you do is you invalidate somebody so that you could benefit more from Cash App. So they have a dog in the fight. I am not really so much interested in, how can I say, what people say about me, right? I'm more interested in people trying to invalidate other people for their purposes. I'm more concerned about that because I can give out information and, not really worry about lunch money or anything like that, right? But I see people targeting people to make them irrelevant and make themselves relevant. Now I'm saying you cross the line. The other day, I was watching, listen, this is terrible. Okay, so I have what you call New York Louis, right? New York Gucci. That's stuff that you buy on the street, just so you could come out and go to a bar, right? Whatever the case. Nobody really cares in New York. The brother out of nowhere said, "We know Reggie can't afford Louis with his Cash Apps, so they must be fake."
Who said that?
I'm not gonna, you one of the people that I'm talking about.
Hey,
And
that's hate.
I said, fine, I get my Louis from the same store you get your store from, China. So that's when a person crosses the line, and now I know what it is because then it goes back to some economic thing. So now I can tell a lot of tales about what I think about scholarship that I keep to myself, right? So I try to warn them, you are not relevant. And I wouldn't be saying that because guess what? I wasn't relevant years ago. I wasn't relevant, but I worked to be more relevant and be an honest scholar or honest teacher, right? If something comes up, like when the Shunarim came up first, I wasn't super mad at it. I just looked at it. Okay, they looked at a graveyard, Almalek. They picked a particular graveyard. They didn't go to a graveyard in Abydos. I wasn't mad at the findings. I was like, I see what's going on, but the data is the data. Let's see how this plays out, right? So I'm gonna stop, and what I'm saying to our audience is, call the BS when you see the BS. So Haskell, you're absolutely right. The Black pharaohs, they can use it when they want, but they don't want to talk about the Abydos pharaohs, the pre-dynastic pharaohs, the ones in Upper Egypt closest to Nubia, right? How blurry is those lines between peopling, right? They can't be just a lighter group in Upper Egypt, not related to Nubia A Custal at the same time period, not related to Nabta Playa, not related to those populations from the Blue Nile. So then you say you use skin color. Skin color is racism, but black pharaohs is racism, right? Skin color in itself is not racism. It's just a way in which to examine populations. I'll stop.
Yeah, it's a descriptive term. It's that you could only time it becomes like a social construct or something offensive is when you use it in that manner. So I don't want this, like I said, taxonomy. We have taxonomized everything on this planet as humans. That shows our intelligence. But then when it comes to humans, we have to stop and say that everything looks the same. We can't differentiate from each other. So that's not a good thing when you it's just like when you get to Egypt. You said that when you get to the Kemetian, you get to Egypt. It's no more black in it. It's the same thing with what we're doing right here. It's no more black off in any. It's a social con. Don't use it. If you use it, you don't know.
Hey guys, I have a question about Kemetian iconography, right? So I think from what I've seen, it's typical on the wall reliefs for the women to be represented with this yellow skin, right? I saw one with almost Nefertari. I was reputed to be almost Nefertari with the yellow skin, but then her statuette, in terms of the right, is more so in line with Queen T's skin complexion, right? So my question is, in terms of the like the war reliefs versus like busts and stuff like that, is there a way that Egyptology demarcates when the artist is trying to be more realistic versus more stylistic? The yellow women on the walls, what is that all about?
Well, I'll give you a good example. One example they can use. Mentuhotep, right? So he brings in the 12th dynasty. Mentuhotep has a series of wives. One of his wives is Kemset, right? Kemset, Smash can bring it up. Kemset is dark, right? Watch this. Okay. But what does her name mean? Her name means the same thing. If you look up Kemset and you bring her up, so here's an African pharaoh, Egyptian, right? Somebody bring it up. Can somebody share the screen? Bring it up.
That's Mentuhotep the first.
I think Mentuhotep the second. Just type Mentuhotep the second Kemset. If someone could share the screen.
I mean, you could do it, Reggie.
Yeah, I'm okay. Let me just get out of my bed, right? So I'm sorry. No, I'm not well.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that, brother.
Yeah,
hold up, brother Reggie. I'm muted. I was trying to. Is it Kemsit?
Yeah, Kemsit.
Okay, I think I have it, but I don't think that's the same thing. Oh wait, there it is, right there. Hold on. Let me go to images, right? I think I have it. Okay, I have it right here. Hold on, brother Reggie. Dang, why is it so small? Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up.
.com. Sorry. What is going on?
Okay, I think I'm not sure if this is it, but hold on, I'm going to share in just a second.
Can't see.
Okay, check this out, brother Reggie. Let me see if this is it. Well, you see that?
Yes.
That's not the same rendition that the Smash is pulling up. But is that it?
For right now, I'm looking for her. Pull up another one. I am it says Hotep Dinar Sut or Seer, Lord of Jedu, Siddiq, Neb. I'm thinking that's Neb Jed Kentian, but I'm at Neb Abju, but I don't see her name there. So pull up another.
Okay. What is that? That hair determinative right over
right there. That's her name right there. So
is that a heraldry turning right over the rod
Yeah.
glyph? Okay,
Yes.
so that's it. Is that her name?
Yes, that's her. That's her name.
Well, that says Kim Set.
1 second. Let's see, Kim. Yeah, Kim Set.
Yeah,
Yes, Kim.
let me see if I can make it bigger, brother. Hold on.
So it's the hair glyph over Ra, and then it's Kim Set. Kim Set.
Yeah.
You can bring it up so Sadiq can check it out.
I don't know. Did I make it bigger?
Yeah, you made it bigger. Good.
Okay. So you can see it better now?
Yeah.
So this is what you wanted to see.
So yes, so we know now that there are lighter skinned Egyptians, Africans, right? Fashioning her hair, and go to the name again. Go to her name.
Right here?
Yeah, the next over, right there. Starting, no, go back, up right there. Next, up, go left. You're right there. So that's Kim, right? Kimmy Set. That's
Yeah, you're right. I just want to chime in to support that. They use the hieratic K and the M glyph. They use so that hieratic K people might not be able to notice, but yeah, it says Kim right at the front of her name.
So that kills Kemetian, because here you have
Right, where Kemetian at?
That just kills Kemetian because you have the hieratic Kim right there.
It's all in the chat.
Hole in the cup. That's the hieratic version, and then they're writing what do you call it? Hieroglyphics. So that kills him. He's done. Next.
What happened? I don't know why it went smaller than what it's supposed to be.
No, because you're changing pages. So go to another page of Kim Set.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find another one. Cause that hold on, I gotta look through the Google search because I got one page open. Hold on.
So that kills Kemetian's whole thing about hieratic is a whole different language and it's not the meta-necha. He just dies right there. Am I wrong, Sadiq? Am I wrong, Smash? He just died. Thank you, Haskell, for getting us to this point.
Oh no, you're right on point. Sorry, I've been in the chat.
Yeah, I don't see, like, I'm looking for the one Smash had, but
let's bring up the whole page.
Oh, wait. When you talking about, hold on, I was in images. Let me
go to Kate Litska word. Look, Google this word. Kate Litska and then put Ashayet, because she got the best work on it. So Kate then put Lis.
Hold on.
Something like that. How she spell her last name? Li.
Correct it. Share your screen.
Yeah, it'll correct it.
Li what?
Litzka.
Okay.
Litska. And then put
okay. I see KY.
No. Kate Litska. But put Egypt after it, and then it'll
okay.
show
Yeah. That'll be. Okay, let me see what's gonna happen.
You see her name, Kate Litska?
It says Kate Lisk, Harvard University. No, that's
that's how. I mean, you want her, but then copy her name to spell right way and put Ashayet behind it.
Hold on, it's not
ASH.
Hold on, it say ASH.
Okay, let me get my glasses on.
ASHAYET.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you find it, James?
Hold on, I'm trying to.
Because I might could pull it up. I got it in my documents.
Thank you. James, you're fired.
Yeah. I see, but it's not popping up for me. So.
All right, well then Sadiq might have it or whoever. So was that Sadat?
You're fired.
Oh, let me mute it.
No, that was me. That was me, Sadiq. I'm gonna go look for it right now. Which one you wanted? You wanted the came from the wells of Ibet.
Her document, which is what it's called. We come from the well of Ibet. I think I could go to my.
No, I got it. Don't worry about it. I'll get it.
Because it shows that breakdown, but she numbers the people and put each name next to it and shows the lady who's called Magi ladies. Like she do all of that in that document.
What's her name? Give it to me because this is ridiculous.
Kate Litska, LIS.
LIS.
I think I got a Z in there though. Kate Liska Egypt, and you'll see her. I think she work at Santa Barbara or San Bernardino.
Give me the whole name again. You said Kate,
Kate.
Okay,
there you go. He got it on the screen already. So scroll down in that article and see if I'm tripping. And see if she got the Ashayet breakdown in there. We gonna see it.
What the hell is going on? This is deep.
You ain't seeing how good this work is, but at the bottom she gonna have a breakdown of this Ashayet stuff, and we could see how she's telling us everything. Hopefully. Keep going. There should be some photographs down here. If not, then I just sent this on the goose chase. But this is still a very good article. It should be in here.
You can just control.
Yeah, I found one, but I don't know if this is the one.
No, he got one on the. He got the one I was looking for on the screen, and I know she's going to start talking about the Adept and Ashayet's coffin at the bottom, and she breaks it all down. But maybe again.
Hold on, man. Let me share my screen because I don't think he got. Look, hold on. Stop sharing your screen because I think I got the right one.
No, I don't trust you. You done took too much
Holy
time.
smoke! No, I didn't. We had to get it
with
right.
that Adept word. That's gonna take you to it.
Hold on.
But if that because she's going to show Adept and Ashayet sarcophagus, or you can put the word Ashayet. Put the word Ashayet or whatever. Search that word.
Yeah, I'm just asking, is this her? Because this is her name, but this may be another article that she wrote.
Might be another article.
But look at this right here. This is crazy.
Oh, no,
whatever this is, whatever this is her right here. What did this say?
That's not her.
Yeah.
No,
that's not her.
My bad, but I'm saying
you're not on the debate team.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
James, you're not on the debate team.
I'm saving. I'm reading.
I'm gonna find it.
I just came up on a major move. Hold on. Let me see. Why is it not pulling up though?
Don't matter.
Shh. What do they say about Futo? They throw her out too?
They walk around.
It was good, y'all.
Hey, Litska. Let me see. Ashai. Oh, my bad. I'm gonna mute that.
Do the detractors accept Futo? Because she's another scholar who comes up right up the middle and says that Egyptians were unequivocally, basally, and predominantly black. Do they? What's the detractors' opinions on Rebecca Futo?
I haven't studied her.
No, you familiar with her at all, Smash?
He left for a second.
Yeah, he went to go get on his computer.
I think just to answer the brother's question, that a lot of modern archaeologists, like if you go to a lecture, you'll see them fight against white supremacy. You'll see them like basically give homage to like indigenous people. So like Futo Kennedy is one of those scholars who's pushing back against white supremacy, and she's pushing back against Western bias in Egyptology and antiquities. So because of that, she's more seen on the left of the spectrum as opposed to like a conservative like Zawi Hawass. So I think that they will be really antagonistic because most of those scholars are about empowering so-called people of color and so-called black people against, the oppression from Eurasians. And like she definitely exhibits that in her work.
So in other words, what you're saying then is her zeal to kind of back up black people compromises her integrity or her scholarship?
I don't think it because Egyptology, modern Egyptology and modern archaeology wants to include indigenous people within the process of discovering knowledge. So it's kind of, when I listen to some of these dudes and they're talking about, oh, this is not what the experts say. In all actuality, archaeology, anthropology, even genetics, these fields have racial bias. And modern scholars in the 21st century want to incorporate more diverse groups within the process of understanding these different fields of knowledge. So there's something called processualism and post-processualism, and interpretive archaeology. And all this is just basically using a diverse philosophy to interpret the data in the field, so that instead of having a Western narrative, you can have an African-centered narrative, or a female narrative, or a narrative that speaks to immigrant communities, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so you're saying that they would look at her as being kind of like a black protagonist then. So for that reason, they kind of invalidate her. Is that what you're saying? Like they wouldn't.
I mean,
They
some
dismiss
pseudos
her.
will do that. Some pseudos will just, in so many terms, try to call her Afrocentrist, for lack of better
Yeah,
words.
because they don't understand the modern development of the field.
Exactly. So I cited the wrong document by Kate Litska. It was actually called Discerning Ancient Identity, the Case of Asayet's Sarcophagus. So we're going to go back to this. So I'm going to download it so Brother Reggie could keep on doing
Apology
the breakdown.
accepted, Brother Reggie.
Yeah, you're not on the debate team. You're my good brother.
It wasn't my fault. Word. Okay, we back to bid.
All right, look. Now,
I got it completely. Oh, never mind. You got it.
Yeah. Oh, you got it too? Okay, cool. I need to have it again. But the reason why, if y'all can see the reason why this is so valuable, because she can qualify, go beyond. You know, people be like, I need to wait to see what the experts. So let's see what the experts say.
That's the one I was looking for.
Exactly. Now notice here, if we do the real detailed work, she puts a number next to everybody so we can follow and then go read her breakdown on the people. Now this is who I cited when Gozi said, or somebody said that the light-skinned people was Egyptians. I cited Kate Litska's work and on her work on the tomb of Ashayet, where she said the woman Adept was an indigenous Nubian. Now if we look at 288 or 281, right here, and then we come down to her numbers. I'm just gonna make it easy and put an F and put 2. This is the best way I suggest people do it too. 280. Well, it actually don't seem like it's working that way. I tried to put 288, but to take it to something I want to show y'all. But she has this little legend in there where she talks about each number of the people on there, and we're gonna see what she say about this light-skinned lady. So let's remember, this one says 290. Who's behind this woman, and let's look at how this all goes down. Because she's going to be like, that light-skinned lady is from Nubia. So we got to ask ourselves, there it go. Well, no, that's not it. We got to ask ourselves a series of questions. Like, or here she go, breaking it down. So which one? It was 290 was one of them?
Yeah, you said 290.
Yeah, 290 was 290. One of them. This is Senintef. So let's look. This is 288.8. For your car by a bet, right? Well, first, let me show you these ladies before we get back up there. Remember these two. 288.6 and 288.7. What did it say right there? Madjai, Fedet Yet, and the Madjai Mech and that, or whatever. You feel me? Mech and that. Now, y'all clearly see that on, I can make it bigger so y'all can clearly see. That she's saying them ladies, it's not us saying that the wives of Mentuhotep was down with the Magi. You feel what I'm saying? This is Kate Litska's work, and it ain't us saying it. Now, when we go to the light-skinned one, let's remember 288. That looked like a 283 backwards, right? What is that? What y'all gonna call that? 288 or 280 backwards 3?
It looked like 288 to me.
All right, so let's try to match that up when we get back up to the top, because that's I bet. The one lady who, and then when we read her other document on the well of Abet, we start to see where the location of Abet is way down in Nubia. I'm just trying to go back up to that thing. I probably could have did it better by going like this, I'm sure.
Hey, Smash, you had messed my head up one time, man, when you broke it that Rahotep was Nubian.
Yeah, well,
because one time I was having a discussion with Ngozi, same racial discussion, and he brought up that little bus with Rahotep and what's No Fret?
Yeah.
And he had specifically brought that up to show the non-black Egyptians. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So when you said that dude was Nubian, that was crazy to me, bro. I'm like, that's crazy.
That's something to look into. Now, ain't this 280 the same 280 something 8? Wasn't that it?
That's 288. I don't know.
So what was the other one that we was looking at?
It was it was supposed to have been 290.
No, but when I read it, it was
No, it
this
was
with the messed up thing like
go
this.
down. It was the fan bearer.
It was 288.
It's another picture down at the bottom of here. That was who you did it from, the fan bearer that's in the front of that right behind that lady right there.
Oh yeah.
All right, so we
Like,
can
see
just
that
go
little thing at the bottom
292,
down there? Yeah, but go to
293.
the left behind the black lady right there.
Oh, okay, that's right.
It's a fan bearer. That's who you asked us to.
Okay,
yeah,
she
that was the
290.
first one you did.
Yeah, I did 290, but we read 290 when we got to the.
It's 291, man.
Yeah, you're right. 290.1. When we got down there, you don't remember that she wasn't I bet. We was trying to find which one was I bet. Because that's the light-skinned one with that Kate Liska identified was a Nubian. So when we went and looked, now we can do this one more time for everybody to see. It looks like it's a 2 and then 3 8s, but y'all can tell me what y'all see. I'm gonna make it a little bit.
I see 2 8 and then some look like a 3.
Yeah, exactly. That was that same thing I was asking about last time. So I'm gonna do it one more time just so people can see. I'll come over here. And we're gonna see that she said that woman name is I bet, right? Now they're gonna, but we need an 8 behind that. That's the one. Let's go down to the one with the 8, right here, still on it. Now you see the name Ib Het. Now I'm just gonna. You gotta know Kate Liska's work. So I'm gonna come up and I hope y'all can see me. I didn't mean to cut you off, Reggie. I'm still trying to support everything that you were showing. So I'm gonna just show another point, and another one of her works is going to be called "We Come from the Well of I Bet." And between these two works, she get to conclude that hold up, I bet was a Nubian because let me see. That's the document that you had open already, good brother Sadiq, right? So I'm gonna close mine's out since you already got it. If you don't mind, is he still here? Yeah, if you don't mind sharing your screen again, Sadiq, with that "We Come from the Well of I Bet" article. I just showed everybody that she was I bet. So now when they see that Kate Liska researches the Magi, so now that when they show in this other article that she found where I bet was, that she says that this is an indication that the lady I bet in the coffin of Ashayet had a theophoric name. I mean, not theophoric, but dealing with the land, not God. Topophilic type of name. Toponymic situation. There we go. Y'all can see that clear. We come from the well of I bet. Don't y'all see it spelled the same as the lady's name in there? Now there is a point in here. I don't know if she will mention Ashayet. You want to go quick see if she mentions Ashayet in here? Let's see how she spelled it in the other article.
I bet is a toponym, like
yeah, exactly. It's in the desert of the Nubian desert. Let's see how she spells I bet just to make sure we get it. Or did you find it already? Ashayet. I mean,
no, I didn't find it.
All right, let me see. So she spelled it A with 2 A's and an SH and a YET. Let's see if that pops up. 2 A's, a SH, and YET.
Yeah, see, I just put 1 A.
No,
but I think you got some. Oh, you do got SH, huh? Yeah. Okay. Well, shit don't show up. But all right. Well, what we'll learn is she tells us that this I bet is the same. I wonder how can I find her talking about that? You might want to. Yeah. You might want to look at that. It could be possibly in the conclusion.
Yeah, she got a lot of articles from what I just seen.
Man, all she be talking about is the Magi. That's how I get my knowledge on the Magi to make sure I'm up to date. I even contacted her.
I just bet you did.
You know, you be having to. You feel me?
You seem like the type that would. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I really, yeah, that sounds about right.
A woman after his own heart, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I got it backwards. Maybe she's doing that in this article that I got instead of the one you got.
So you got so much.
No,
material.
well, I'm just gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna put I bet a couple times in this article. Let's see how many times she talk about. All right, now, yeah, see, it's probably this article. All right, yeah, it is this article. And so, let me read what she's saying. First, I'm gonna go through to make sure I got the proper attestation. All right, there it go, right there. Dang, so I had the wrong order. Y'all can see my screen. Let me share it. So sometimes when you looking through this work, we doing this live. So, but let's take a look. She says here, if y'all can see this, another indication of foreign ethnicity. One of the members of Ashayet's household mentioned twice on the sarcophagus is named Ibhet. It says this is typically not a personal name, but rather the name of a sub-region of Madjai land located in the Wadi Alak. It says, and thus may indicate where she originated. Her name is also written with a determinative of a fallen man. However, both depictions of Adept are clearly painted yellow, thus stereotyping her as an Egyptian woman, unlike the two women labeled Madjai who are painted black. She clearly got black here again. Like, I don't be knowing what documents people be reading. It say painted black. It says, if Adept was a Nubian from Madjai, why would she be stereotypically painted black as well? She can't figure that out. And now I figured it out for her. Because there was some red bones down there, man. This is why they can't figure this stuff out. It's simply showing you that now, and as she pondered it and even put the word black there twice, she's saying, hold up, this a Nubian. We see she from Adept, but why she light-skinned? Because she's so caught up in the everybody else construct that light-skinned people stopped at a line up here, and then you go south, you won't see them no more. But I use this to show that, hey, Adept was depicted as a light-skinned Egyptian, and she was a Nubian.
Hold on, Smash, because that's kind of wild, based on that picture you was showing.
Exactly.
Right? But okay, so now how can we reckon this?
Well, either it was people looking like her way down south.
She must
Smash, can I show it on the map?
Must have been from Khoisan
exactly.
That's the only thing I can come up with.
Now look how far, but it ain't that far down. That's Khoisan.
That's a hell of a scratch for us to say that.
Look at where it is.
I want to show a quick source, and then I got to dip.
Word up.
After whoever's done, go
now look at that, y'all. Y'all see that border of Egypt up there? Y'all see where they flooded Nubia? That is the Wadi Alak or whatever, where they say the well of Adept can be found. That's where her light-skinned self on that stela. Her name is, I mean, you see what the scholars is pondering, like maybe why would they call her that? You know what I'm saying? Why she named Adept and her other people name is Madjai, and Madjai is right to the east of that. The land of Madjai is that eastern desert right there. And so now that's letting us know that Mentuhotep wives was, and those are traditional Egyptians. As y'all see, they was the wives of the pharaoh. But they ain't saying this is a black dynasty. My man, even though I cut Reggie, I don't even know if he here no more, because I know it's late. Oh, he's still here. I think, Cam, you just said you wanted to show a source, and then let's hear back from Red. I came in, but I'm going to go back to the room, though. I just had to come back in here for that part.
Appreciate that, Smash.
That was fire. And that's the thing, people can't visualize a diverse, I'm gonna say black, but even if we just say dark African society, people really cannot digest that for real, in my opinion.
So do they detract from like certain morphological realities like limb proportion or prognatism or docylcephalic skulls? Do they, going back to human taxonomy, people like Ankar and Ngozi look at those things as being quote unquote pseudo also? As far as you guys know, like limb proportion, right?
I've seen them use it when it's convenient.
Yeah.
Because
I agree with Reggie.
Yeah. Thank you.
But I just want to read this source before I leave. So this is for all of those who say that no professional scholar has ever classified the ancient Kemites or Egyptians as black. This is one of their heroes, Mary Lefkowitz. He says it's reasonable to classify people by race, as some conservatives hold. then it is also reasonable to classify the ancient Egyptians as black due to their physical appearance and biological links with other Africans, right? So you see conservatives in the blue, conservative racial hereditarian scholars Sarek and Miel in their book Race, the Reality of Human Differences, appeals to the common sense and reasonableness of ordinary people in classifying race. Using societal rules, no special expertise is needed. Ordinary people can do divide Homo sapiens into a number of reasonably discrete groups on the basis of reasonably objective criteria. No special expertise is required. The most adversarial part of our complex society not only continues to accept the existence of race, but also relies on the ability of the average individual to sort people into races. And that's Sarek and Miel, 2002, Race, the Reality of Human Differences. So then you have conservative Egyptologists like Stuart Tyson Smith, he teaches at the University of California, Santa Barbara, using the reasonableness social standard, say that it is reasonable for the ancient Egyptians to be considered black. And this is his quote: physical anthropologists are increasingly concluding that racial definitions are the culturally defined product of selective perception and should be replaced in biological terms by the study of populations and clines, as Reggie recently stated. Consequently, any characterization of race of the ancient Egyptians depend on modern cultural definitions, not on scientific study. Thus, by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as blacks, i.e. in a social sense, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. That's Dr. Stuart Tyson Smith in the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, 2002, Volume 3, from Oxford University Press. Then you have the one-drop rule. On into the 1980s, American courts upheld the one-drop rule. In the Susie Phipps case, a state court upheld Louisiana's one-drop rule. Anyone greater than 1/32nd Negro could not be white. Phipps versus the state of Louisiana in 1983. The state found she exceeded the allowable Negro cutoff point. Thus, white American authorities found the one-drop rule reasonable. Despite legal political changes since, popular race classifications by the white American public still uses the one-drop rule to pigeonhole people and finds this reasonable. And that's Ami and Wenat, 1994, Racial Formation in the United States. Using this same approach of white Americans, it is clear that the ancient Egyptians would not meet the threshold to be declared white. Thus, they must be classified as Negro or black under the rule. And this is from Mary Lefkowitz in 1996. If we go by the American one-drop rule, the Egyptians would be black. And that's in her Not Out of Africa text. So here you have, two scholars who say that it is reasonable to use racial classifications or social constructs in order to define populations, two anthropologists, and then Egyptologist and historian and anthropologist in Dr. Stuart Tyson Smith and Mary Lefkowitz, who debated John Henry Clark, saying that it is reasonable to call the ancient Egyptians black, and reasonable by American standards, right? So, I mean, to me, that's a dagger. They can no longer say that no experts say that.
Dagger. No. It eviscerates. It embarrasses. It is the deal. Do you understand what Camden Verse just did? Right? He got deleted. Even Mary Lefkowitz said, if you go by American one-drop rule, the Egyptians would be black. Game over. Cedric, Garfield, and Ngozi goes into the damn fire. They are dead.
They ain't got no comeback to this.
I talked to, Camden Verse is a real humble dude. He showed me this, and I said, Camden Verse, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to let you do it. Do a video on it, right? Because we've been saying this, but it's your research. Unc does not have the skills. Nobody in his camp has the skills. They just died. I was waiting for Camden Verse. To show this. I said, Camden Verse, I'm not going to do it. I need you to do it. Camden Verse.
But Reggie.
Sold the afterlife.
Reggie, do you know what? Do you know why I did it? Because you know, Ankh came on and he said, "Oh yeah, I know Stewart did it. Stewart did it," but he was talking about African blacks, not basically implying that he wasn't referring to Black Americans or African Americans. But in the quote, he says, "By modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as black." Clearly, clearly.
So when we write and when we articulate, because we are under American standards, right? It is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as black, right? So American Lefkowitz says that, right? Stuart Tyson says this. Tyson Smith says this, sorry. Tyson Smith says that. But what they also say is more murderous, that physical anthropologists are increasingly concluded that racial definitions are the culturally defined product of selective perception and should be replaced in biological terms by the study of populations and climes. The key to it is, what the hell is a clime? Consequently, any characteristic of race of the ancient Egyptians depend on modern cultural definitions, not on scientific study. You don't know enough. You've been outclassed by the experts.
Yeah, I mean, all the guys saying you can. All Stuart Tyson Smith is saying there is perfectly, all
right, okay.
It's perfectly possible to chew gum and walk at the same time. That's all he's saying. You can delineate between scientific categories and social categories.
Ankh doesn't know what he's talking about. He's messing up the fact there's a bridge between scientific study and modern cultural definitions. He doesn't know that there's a bridge. He's so caught up in construct of scientific racism to exclude the skin color factor, right? But he uses it on his skin map. But when we start talking about the Egyptians are black, and when the Brooklyn Museum says that ancient Egypt was not founded by external light-skinned peoples, that's okay with him, but he has a comprehension problem. And that is the problem with a lot of us. We have comprehension, we have no university training.
He really does. He really does, though.
It's too complex for him.
Yeah,
it's not even complex.
I would concur with that comprehension situation. I mean, and that's what I was trying to tell him yesterday, that we could see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, people that are learned to know a little of something, they can see when somebody doesn't know anything. And really, all of these, what they said is what I'm saying. I said that humans are smart enough to taxonomize humans just like we do everything else, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. That's all they just
when you say it. See, here's the problem. The problem has always been
we gotta let white people say it first. That's what the problem is.
Ankh is batting for the wrong team, but the white team, they're batting for us, right?
That's a shame.
He's batting and Gozi's bat. So do you understand what Camji Verse just gave you?
Yeah.
Like, I knew it, and I was like, damn, how are we gonna use it? I said, okay, Camji Verse, do what you want to do. I don't want to break it. It's your research. Now we have several white scholars, European descent scholars, saying that it's all right by American standards. We have the one-drop rule. Why do y'all want to talk? What do you want to say? You want to interrupt me, James? Go ahead.
I didn't say anything.
That was me talking, Brother Reggie. What I was gonna say is, I've heard Ankh in defending Charles Darwin say that in the subtitle of Darwin's book, when he uses the term races of man, he's not using it in the context that we use it in, right? So race apparently has a definition within biology, right? It's considered a subset of a species. Am I right about that?
This is about Charles Darwin. This is directed to
No. I'm saying what brother shared is an atomic bomb. That's an A bomb. But what I'm asking is, race is considered a subset of a species, right? What I'm saying is, I don't know if necessarily if this is a case of Ankh not being able to understand, because it seems like he can understand in certain instances and in others he can't.
No. Okay, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just going to do it again for you, right? Okay, there's another way in which you start classifying people, right? Classifying cultures and peoples. It is perfectly acceptable to use the tool. They use it in anthropology all the time, but Ankh doesn't know it, right? It is called Clinal analysis. These are what you call Clinal analysis. A Clinal analysis, which I'll talk about maybe tomorrow, it says physical anthropologists are increasingly concluded that racial definitions are the cultural defined product of selective perception and should be replaced in biological terms by the study of populations and climes, right? When you start studying populations and climes, you don't have to deal with racism. You're dealing with diversity of numbers of factors, including skin color, right? I don't want to hear anybody here talk about Charles Darwin, right? That's like Ngozi talking about black migrations 40, 50,000 years ago. It's off topic. Charles Darwin, when it comes to the specific section, is off topic. Ngozi stays off topic. I can't get him to the period of 4,500, 4,500 BC. Off topic. This is on topic. Do you understand the brother Camdy verse that gave us the golden grail? Just like Sadiq gave us the golden grail. Sadiq, the doctor Sally Ann Ashby, right? She, Tyson, Smith, Mary Lefkowitz.
But I mean, I'm calling you Ankh. Reggie, you do know a concession isn't coming, right? You do know that.
No, a concession needs not to come. A pseudo dies with his sword. He fell on his throat. Like, you don't speak for Africa. You don't speak for Egypt, right? We don't need you. We just need the sources that Camdy Verse and the others gave us. We don't need you.
But Reggie, you know what's even sadder is the fact that you have Egyptologists on the continent, you know, Musalam, Mizafulani, Nasir Sar, right? You have experts who have been saying that these populations are black, right? Negre, noir, with a different terminology that they use, even in their own language. Adulawa in Yoruba, Ndi Isioji in Igbo, or Mbunisa in Medumba. You have Africans articulating this in their own cultural context, but for some reason in Black America, we want to be behind.
But you know what they say, Cam did?
It's more than that. It's more than that. They hate Africa. They don't know anything about Africa.
That's true, Reggie. That's definitely true.
Indigenous African population, right? That's Camdy Verse. Speaks like he's an Englishman, right? But he comes from an indigenous African. Do you see how well he pronounces African terms?
What they would say, Camji, is that those people have a confirmation bias because they're Black Africans. That's the argument they would make.
But how is that the case if the lexical items display the morphological and, you know, semantic meaning?
Y'all are something else trying to cut me off, right? I am telling you all that Ankh, right, is Africa adverse. They only use it when it's comfortable. If you ask them to stand up and start talking about early West Africa, I bet you they'd be finished in 5 minutes. They run around talking about we not Egyptians, we West Africans. But when you ask them to talk about early African and the development of Africa and where it comes from, the peopling of West Africa, I bet you only get 5 minutes from them. Y'all can soften it up. Y'all can soften it up all you want. I am just showing you that that what Camdyverse did, right? Which I was like, okay, it's coming. I didn't know it was going to come tonight. So I'm glad that I'm on because I'm not well. If you deep dive in the terms that are being used right now, we no longer need the pseudo killers. Go to them when they're talking about biology, when they're talking about chemistry, when they're talking about the stars. Get Africa out your goddamn mouths.
So just to be clear, Ank's position was to find him a high level. That was the qualifying term that he used. A high level Egyptologist that uses the classification of the Egyptians specifically being Black Africans, right? Would Stuart Tyson Smith qualify as a high level Egyptologist?
All of them did. Why you narrow it down to Tyson Smith? You got Mary Lefkowitz, right? You have Dr. Sally Ann Ashton, right?
Yeah, it started yesterday. Camdyverse just added on a couple of more scholars.
So the question is,
they're compiling more and more.
So the question at this point is a question of character. Will Ankh have the character to concede that he was wrong?
No.
No.
If I was
making him matter? I don't understand why y'all keep making him matter.
It was a rhetorical. It was a rhetorical question, Reggie. It was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, Reggie, he done with it. Yeah, I've been kind of over it, but it's like, how do we move forward when we have people still? That's what I asked you, brother Reggie. So what's the next move, since we've seemingly come to the agreement that this is foolishness and we need to move forward? Like, how do we do that?
We unfortunately we attract people on Smash's show, right? Because Smash shows high level metal nature to confirm. He shows he has enough of people that come on the show that give high level information without us calling people names. We need a safe environment. We really need a safe environment for our community. I think that Ankh show will recover. I think it will show, but I think that they have to work hard. They have to work harder than what they do. They have to do presentations. Smash does a presentation every day. Every day he has a presentation. He goes to multiple sources, and actually he gets ideas and findings, and then he uses, watch this, the help of number of groups of people that come on his show. It's collaborative, right? To answer questions. So the collaborative effort today proved that Ankh's call that we can't find people who saying Black Africa. Show me on a high level scholars. Well, today with Camdyverse, we have done one part. We have done a major part of that leg. So that conversation is over. We can, in fact, say that these people can't pass the one drop blood rule in America. So during American standards, we can call them Black. Though we have to be responsible. We have to be responsible with the diversity of Africa, but we also need to be able to look at different periods. There was a period where Africa, Egypt, was more isolate. It was more isolate. It had no real connections to the Levant, right? The early part of the formation of ancient Egypt, they didn't get to North Africa. They didn't get to the cultures that was in the Delta until later. So when you look at the 6th millennium to the 5th millennium, and then the fifth millennium to the 4th millennium, then you see this gradual move to the north, where the people who are from the south have the control of the kingship. And then they move to the north. And at that time period, at the north, you have more diversity. But the fact of the matter is, the initial pre-dynastic and dynastic pharaohs, I'm talking about the 1st and 2nd dynasty, right, were the children of the 0 dynasty and the pre-dynastic. So I'm talking about children of the scorpion king, right? And then later, there's all these other kings, the Lion King that Smash showed, right? There's the Elephant King, right? All of these kings or chiefs, they are the parents, and they create ancient Egypt, and then ancient Egypt becomes expansive, going north on the Nile, right? So then they hook up with the other populations that's in Tamehu. Okay, so now you have diversity, right? You have much more diversity in skin color, but the root of it was right there in Abydos, right next to Nubia, right? We have some of the first pyramids being created in Elephantine Island, deep in the south, and not in the Giza Plateau, right? So we have a formation of culture, technology, language that moves from the south to the north. So does population, so does skin color. Thanks for listening to me rant. But the solution is that tonight, it's late. What is it? We've done a major leg. So anything else after that, anything that they can bring, they're gonna have to bring experts that can defeat these experts, and then they're gonna have to deal with the types of other comparisons like Klein's and let me see, Klein's and what's the other cultural definitions, right? That we can use. So we have biological terms, right? And we have Klein's, right? Wait, the study of populations. So what I just did was talk about the study of populations. Where was Egypt founded? What were the pre-dynastic kings? Were the pre-dynastic kings scorpion, elephant, lion, right? Giraffe, right? Can we postulate, predict what their skin colors were? That form
they would have been dark.
Huh?
They would have been dark.
They would have been dark.
Not just dark, because dark is nebulous, right?
No, they would have been dark. They would have been
no
at that
dark.
time. They would have been dark.
No, I'm saying about dark is nebulous though, because dark can mean almost anything to anybody. Like when a European says
they would have
dark,
been. They would have had like the people of Socotra or the Mahedi. They would have been really dark at that time. They would have been dark.
So it goes to you're back with our family. You rejoin our community.
No, being dark does not mean equate to being Negroid
to being
or
black.
Congoid.
You see what he's doing. That's why I said
what exactly.
That's why I said Reggie. Reggie, you don't know when this guy is setting you up.
No,
when a European says
I just was checking. So it goes.
Reg, they use the word dark because it's nebulous, it's nondescript, it's intentional.
But can I talk to my brother Reggie?
Wait, hold on. It goes.
Reggie's my big bro.
You can talk to me. Give me a source.
Oh no, so when you look up if you look up some
no, you bring it up. It goes.
Hey, look what I'm doing. Hold on, look, I'm right here. Look, could you see me? I'm in the street,
I can see you. I want to see your source.
I'm moving around.
No,
I'm in
you're
the
saying
street.
he's driving. You can't pull nothing up.
Hey yo, look, I gotta check a bag. I move around. I'm active. I'm in the streets. It's 12:27. But look though, all I'm saying is this: if we look up Shamaka Keita and a
Nigga
description
out
of
there
how
selling
you describe
drugs,
them.
man.
How you, dude, you on the
No,
damn?
don't do that,
you
bro.
12? You 12? God damn! What type of shit you on? What damn?
Yeah, they're trapping.
On phone them grave. What the fuck? hey, but look though. All I'm saying is, if you look up Chamakakata and the way they describe, or even Flinders Petrie, the Nakata, he used terms like Ethio-Somali. I mean, if you guys want to call that whatever, that's fine. I'm just saying that they're distinct from the
By
population.
American standards, can we call them black, Ngozi?
I can't. Nah.
Why the one guy?
Okay. So here's the thing. If an ancient
No, I'm
Egyptian,
asking you. Don't we not going farther?
I'm trying to ask you a question, Reggie. Listen, if an ancient Egyptian was
you can't ask me a question when I ask you a question.
I can't.
He asking your
They will be
opinion.
classed. They will in today's time.
What's
An
your
Egyptian will be
opinion,
in
Ngozi?
today's.
What's your
Wait,
opinion?
You can't really say it. Say it.
Today's. If King Tut was to get locked up, he'd be considered MENA, Middle Eastern North African.
In the South, in the rural South.
Yeah.
Well, now in the early 1950s, he would have been classified as a person of color. So even biracial people was classified as black or nigger at that time. I don't want to use that term.
Okay, there you go.
Hey, can we? Being aware of Ngozi on, I've been dying to ask him a couple questions.
What's up, my bro? What's happening?
What's going on? First question.
What now?
Hey,
I love y'all too, man. Y'all my peoples, bro.
Ngozi, you know we love you.
For sure.
Bro.
Hey, yo, get a computer. Get a computer. Hey, yo, get an iPad in your car. You want us to do a fundraiser for you?
Hey, when you when that thing with you and Jabari going down?
Hey, hopefully after he talks to Richard Carrier, I don't know. Once he get done with that, hopefully we can get it up and running.
Oh, y'all don't have a date?
No, I think he's trying to get Richard. Reggie might know more than me. Reggie definitely know more than me. But if once he gets Richard Carrier out the way, hopefully we can gravitate back to this. I mean, you guys are, promoting it indirectly when you guys fight over or when you go back and forth on it, and I'm glad you guys are doing it. But hopefully, after he get done with Richard Carrier, we can get to what we got to get, because this Egyptian topic is very important, for real. Like it's important.
Yeah. So yeah, my questions. Hold on, guys, because I had a couple questions for Ngozi, right? In regards to the Schunemann study and the I guess the STR analysis, was it reanalyzed by Hawass or he did the primary? Whatever it is. From my vantage point, you seem to put much more stock in the Schunemann study. Would you care to expound as to, maybe you don't, but I'm saying that's the impression that I get.
No,
why?
I don't put my absolutes in none of the studies.
No, I didn't say any absolutes. No, okay. Hold on, Ngozi. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying from how I've heard you speak, you seem to find the Schunemann study a bit more viable than the right, and I'd like you to expound on why that is.
Well, when Zawi Hawass used those 8 STRs, right, in the first PCA that was used, that's not enough to tell a person's lineage. And then when DNA tribes used the small samples of STRs, it did show that the Egyptians had ancestral lineages connected to populations in Uganda and different places that we classified as sub-Saharan Africa. But the problem is that the amount of STRs that was used, you need up to 21 and over 18 to give a better example. Just like, for example, with Ramesses III, to sequence what he was, Y chromosome E1B1A. These PCAs, you have to be very cautious, because the problem with PCA usage is that it only gives limited data based off the small samples that it has.
What's a PCA?
The PCA is the principal component analysis that's used to sequence DNA or human DNA. So, for example, if for the small amount of samples that they have for Neanderthal, right? When you hit terms in science or in these PCAs like chimp means archaic human, and then Neanderthal would be archaic African, archaic human. So based off the samples that we have that represent the oldest population of Homo sapiens, it will be found in the Baka Pygmies, Khoisan, and the Imbu people, right? So if they sequence a Neanderthal, right, and get the samples that they don't have a direct base population example to use. So the PCA will say the Neanderthal is close to Khoisan, Baka Pink, because those are the base older samples that we can use as base population examples. So when you hear things like
got it.
So I want to give I want to make it clear. So here's the thing. So when you hear
No, we
things
got
like
it. We got it. But by going on, you're actually making it more murky. It's good to be concise, right? So you were saying, so for the haplogroups, right? So we know in the Schunemann study it was 90 mummies in total, approximately, right? And
MPD
3, you were able to fully sequence 3, right?
Yes.
No, I heard you say before, because we know that haplogroups represent 1%.
Less than 1%. Less than 1%.
Less than 1% of the overall genome, right?
Yes.
As it relates to Zahi Hawas's analysis, as far as representing it from in terms of the whole genome, what would those STRs represent percentage-wise?
Well, based off the STRs from the small sample that they had, the sequence up to 90 to 80% in distant range with population of sub-Saharan Africa. But that was only 8 STRs.
No. I'm saying what percentage of the entire gene? So in the same way that a haplogroup would represent.
It was so only 8 STRs. That probably only made up less than 10% of the overall DNA composition. That wasn't enough. The same way, like with the mtDNA from the 90 mummies. Of course, those 90 mummies had mitochondrial DNA that was Eurasian. Look at the time period that it was in. It only makes sense that they would have been there, but they couldn't get the overall DNA composition, and they only sequenced 3 fully. And the 3 that was fully, when you look up the PCAs, it's like 40% Natufian, like 13.6% Ibero-Marusian, and it matches up with a modern population. And the Y chromosome for 2 of them was J, and 1 of them was E3B. But
I just want to get you on the record so I can go back and do my.
Do your research, brother. Yeah, do your research. Yeah. But all I'm trying to tell everybody is this.
Another thing I wanted to ask you, and the second question I wanted to ask.
Go ahead.
All right. So, as you've pointed out clearly, haplogroups represent less than 1% of the DNA, right? In the chat, I know you're just having fun. That's the impression I was getting. You're having fun in the chat.
Yeah,
right?
I just be playing. Yeah.
Right. So you had said you had asked for us to show you, I think, a black woman in ancient Egypt, and I of course went for the obvious one, right? You know the obvious one is.
Which one you use? Who did you show, my brother?
Queen T. That's the one every black archaeologist.
Queen T wasn't
that's the
black.
one every black.
I don't know. She wasn't black. No, bro. No.
That's the one every black archaeologist go for.
Why wasn't she black? I want to know why wasn't she black?
Hold on. Well, I gotta pull a Garfield. Hold on.
She was North African, but she wasn't black. But go ahead.
Hold on, brother James, because I'm a pin him to the mat right now. Right.
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
When I said that, when I pointed out Queen, you asked for me to show somebody who looked like Michelle Obama. That was your exact words, right?
Yeah, she don't like Michelle Obama.
Yeah, she does. She's proximate to Michelle in aesthetics. Yeah, she's proximate to Michelle Obama.
You based on
You there, Ngozi?
Yeah, he probably broke up. Just give him a second.
Damn, man, because I got him, man. I got him. He done.
Yeah, that might have been the what Smash called that a different type of escape. Not been a hostile escape. This thing it's another kind, but I forget what Smash called it. But yeah, I was gonna show him
because you know what I want to hear. I want to hear what is it.
Maybe I can get this on the Cam since Cam's verse is still here.
Y'all listen. Y'all let him off the hook. Y'all could have used Kim's set that we just went off and I checked. Y'all could have just used those people. Why did you go to Hatshepsut?
No, I didn't say Hatshepsut. I said Queen T.
All right, Queen T. Why did you go to her when you could have went to Ashby?
Because he can witness Reggie. He could always squirm when it comes to the oxide or whatever. He could always claim some Nubian nonsense or say that that's some wall relief painting or whatever. But hold on. I know, Reggie. I know. The reason why I used Queen T is because that bus is a lifelike representation. and it was intended as such by the artist, right? As much more lifelike than a wall relief painting. Would you agree with that?
I would say that the better example would have been Mentuhotep and Kemset and Aset in an earlier period. That would have been.
I'd agree with Mentuhotep because he has busts. He has busts also
But
that are very.
You can't fight me because Kemset, her name is Kemset. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, you broke it down, Reg. But what I'm saying is, listen, Reg, I'm looking at it as a prosecutor, right? I know what the criminal is thinking. I know how the criminal mind works. I know how people like Ngozi think. So I know bringing up something like that, he can play that off as obscure, as like the thing that you're doing with the language. He can dance around that.
No, he can't.
Right? All right. Okay. Reggie, you walked into a booby trap with the dark thing, and I was trying to get you not to walk into it. Because when they use dark, they're being purposely nebulous. And I picked up on it right away. I know.
You can tell him to say that. What are you talking about? In Kemet, I showed the other day where Kemet means the dark one.
No, Reg, I agree with. I don't think you get it. Me and you, let's not hit each other with friendly fire, bro. We.
Yeah. So hold on. Let me do this.
No, we're not hitting each other with friendly fire. I know the area, I think a little bit better than you, right? So
you definitely do. I definitely will concede that. Absolutely.
All right, I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Okay, so
I definitely agree. But I know
to Smash before I do this because this is Wikipedia, right? But this is Queen T, right? Now, what only thing you got to do, and see, I'm gonna make sure y'all know this is the bus you're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what we're talking about. So, what he does to take her out of Egypt and what they do to make her not be Egyptian is purely a DNA analysis, right? Because she has a K marker. Understand that.
But hold on, you hold on. You screwing it up. Hold on. James. No. You're making the point that I was gonna make, but I don't want him to hear you saying this and come back and
I was fixing to break it up. But see, this ain't about him at this point. This is about us learning. Like Skip and Gozy, that's what Brother Reggie talking about. Like these people, when they miseducating us, it's more so about us making sure that he can't come back with this argument again because we've already viewed the data and know where he's making his mistake, right?
I don't think he's making any mistakes though.
He's making he may be disingenuous.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing.
At this point, because we already got evidence on our side of documentation.
I'm intrigued.
Why worry about somebody that's either unlearned
because he's kind of a he has his contingents.
But don't worry. Listen, Brother Reggie just told you don't worry about him. And I just told you the same thing, brother. Chill out. And then we could do better work going through the real documentation and evidence and showing why when he says that she's not African, we can show why he's wrong. Wouldn't that be better?
I got a personal axe to grind and I want to tap out. I want my tap out and I almost had him.
Okay,
gotcha. And the nigga threw a bag of dust and disappeared like a genie. I had his ass, dog. Because what my follow-up was gonna be, James, was exactly what you said. Because he's a double speaker. He'll tell you, he cursed out Rick Kittles because Rick Kittles emphasized what marker it is with Ramses that every black person, whatever marker it is, right? Oh, that's only 1% of the genome and blah, 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 right? But then when it comes to Queen T, and I say, okay, aesthetically, that's clearly a black woman, right? Well, her mDNA marker was K, but didn't you just say that that's only 1% of the DNA? So which one is it, bro? Which one is it?
Yeah, he slid out. He got
That's what I'm saying, dog. He do a lot of double speak, bro. And I know a lot of times he be playing. Like he because how he look at it is we're trying to get black people, or what he called Congoids, or sub-Saharan, tropical West African, whatever you want to call it. We're looking for a morale boost from Egypt, right? And the glory that Egypt has. And he sees himself as the antagonist against that. So he gets off on the little trolling. A lot of it is trolling, and I pick up on it. But if you back him into a corner, I know I could back him into a corner and choke him out. And I had him.
Well, evidently you didn't, because he left. So that's you got to wait for another day. Somebody's sharing something on their screen. What's going on?
That's probably Reggie.
No, I don't know.
No.
I think it's Sadiq. You sharing this?
Yeah, that's me showing some primaries. This is from the museum. This is when I toured the museum with Reggie.
What's the haplogroup though?
R1B1A1 1 2 3 4 5 6.
Did they back migrate?
I'm sure they did.
Yeah,
those three women in the three women in the avatar. What's that, city?
Oh, that's my favorite, and I'm drawing a blank on it tonight. That's the Egyptian. I forget what tomb it's in. It's a tomb that it's in. It's some noble ladies.
Well, I will
see this right here.
Mm-hmm.
You see these headrests?
Right.
You
they
find
still
out.
use those. They still use those today in Africa.
Exactly.
Right. You could find pictures right
That's
now.
That's to do the hair, right? While they're getting their hair styled.
That's
how they sleep.
Okay.
Yep, they make those for like pillows of a sort. So that shows the cultural continuance of it's so much cultural continuance right now when you look at the tribal beads and everything that they have. Excuse me.
Will those people pass the one drop rule? Will they be sitting on the back of the bus?
Absolutely.
Based on the amount of melanin that I see depicted here, they would definitely be on the back of the bus. But you know, hold up, Reggie. But you know that they made of wood. That's why they look like that.
Wait, hold up. You blow up that picture, the one that you just had prior.
Yeah, that's just because it's made of wood. That's why they look like that.
No. What are you talking about?
And I'm just telling you, that's how they get down, man. That's what they do, man.
Right there, the one with the those people with the so you have different diversity of skin colors right there. These are Egyptians, right? They are Egyptians, but also it's interesting that they don't have any meta nature, right? They don't have any meta nature written on this stuff, but they do have Nubian type. How can I say, like the dappled? And you see the cow right there.
Right.
So
you're talking about right there on the back of the boat. The cow skin.
Yeah, the cow skin. And so this so if you look at the diversity of the people in the models, and you're saying it's just the wood, you're saying that they're just doing this just because it's wood, or they're not picking the wood to be in line with what they look like. Are you raising that argument with me?
No, I'm being facetious, brother Reggie. I'm telling you how they get down. These are the type of dumb arguments that they will say to denote the color that these people chose to
Wonderful. So I'm helping you out because guess what? This is my museum tour, right? This is go back, Sadiq. Right? So the difference is now blow that picture up with the people on the boat and the cow on the bottom. Okay, so now we have a complete diversity. You see, you have the lighter people down there, right? Mm-hmm. And you have a mixture. Now the thing is, these are Egyptian models. These are found in tombs.
Do you think those are Nubian wigs or those are real afros?
It's this. Here's the thing. It's this. Well, one thing is, if you say that these people are Nubian, then what you are saying is that there is a very important communication between these groups of people, right? If you want to say that, you could blow it. You could blow it. You can shrink it down.
No, that's their real hair. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would go that route. Yeah, but it's too much overwhelming evidence to be saying the things that we hearing today. I mean, it's almost like they're saying the most brightest of our people are idiots, because the people that I adhere to, your teachers, and the people that you were around, Brother Reggie, Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben and Diop and Theophilo Bang, and the list goes on. That school of thought is what I think is the brightest that we had. That went look through this history to give us a point to a direction to point to for the origins of our humanity, or civilization. So I don't think that they were wrong. And then when you start seeing people saying that that's just really just wild.
So well, Smash has been in the museum, so he's seen this, and so
he's seen. Okay.
Yes. So this this rishi, they call it rishis, that coffin is surrounded by a bukari, right? Cattle heads, right? Rams and cattle heads, right? Showing you
They look like goats too.
Yeah, different ones, ones. Cows, right? And so they're African people. This is a tribal situation. They go to bows that
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, Reggie. Like, yeah, they go to them bows.
Come to the museum. Because right now I'm having problems walking, so it's gonna have to be, you're gonna have to arrange with Sadiq or somebody else. Next picture.
This is at the Brooklyn Museum?
Nah, this is the Met.
Oops. Those pictures right there. So it shows the diversity, but that's that's either an administrator or a priest, that brother right there, right? So at some point they didn't care. Racist people care. Egyptians had their own ethnicity, so they're heavily mixed with different groups. Oh, who's that? Blow that up. Who's that? Anybody know who that is?
Not sure. Queen T? Yeah. I know. What is that on top of her head over to the left there? Is that a Ben?
That's a cone. That's a specific.
You still see that in
they
some
still wear
East
that
African
today.
tribes.
Yes. That's Nile Valley, not Nilotic. So tell everybody who this is.
Wait a minute, I don't forgot. I can't even see the name on it.
No, it's Queen T.
I know. I thought.
Oh, so I was right.
Yeah, but we're never right until we look at the glyphs.
Yeah, I can't read it. I couldn't read. I can't read anything on this picture, but I've seen this statuette before. That's how I knew who it was.
Come to the museum.
Why I seen that, but I've seen it before.
Brother La take you to the museum. Y'all done almost missed
out. Look at how she depicts herself here. And this brother told us that she's not African.
That's why.
And he just dipped and rolled off.
That's why I brought these pictures up, James.
Beautiful.
I let this picture speak for themselves. I don't need to say nothing.
Now, what is that?
What?
I mean, just like, you know what I'm saying? How you get away from that? Now, I mean, and then they'll say they dark. But see, my problem with that, man, is everybody on the continent of Africa, anybody that is not that dark. Besides, but see, even if you had a dark person that was of admixture, once you get over to a certain phenotypical look like an Arab, you will, just like they said the Indian people, you will say that they are black, but they're Indian also, right? we have the ability to make that differentiation, even though someone may be melanated, right?
Next picture. Next picture. Next picture. Next picture. But you see something like this, go back.
Yeah, those beads like you see them today.
Yeah, so you see something like this, and where do you see colors like this, right? You see something like this in Lower Africa, Kenya, and Maasai, right?
Yep, still
You
today.
You see also similar in South Africa as well. They use some of these colors as well. Some of the Zulu tribes.
That's correct. Those are Tutankhamun's rings down there, by the way. Those rings right there, those have the seal of Tutankhamun.
That's crazy. And they had rings back then.
Yeah, fly rings. But they had seals on them, so they would use it to stamp a document.
So like whenever they just put their fist down into it, and the clay or the what would you call the mud or whatever they use, it would just put the impression in that. Yes. Then that's how you know the king signed it.
That's right. And this is look at this picture. So this picture does not have the wig on, and the nose has been damaged. But I guess they're past the one drop rule. Like it dies over and over again when you actually show the artifacts. What's the next one?
Brother Reg, what do you know about necking? Like what's the significance of necking in another city close to there? I was watching a video, but I couldn't find it. But they were talking about necking and the that was the origins of the burial mummification in the and where where is that located in opposition to what, like Thebes or something?
Well, what is Nakata?
That's what that is?
You tell me. Go back to the pictures. Go back to the pictures. What happened?
Let me find some more.
You tell me. See, that's the problem. Nebet, it becomes Nubia, right? And so how do we get Nakata? How do we get that word? Why are they calling it Nakata? See?
I'm not sure.
Well, look it up.
Okay.
So right there, who is this? Who is this? Let's read it. I had you read it, right, Sadiq?
Yes, you did.
Right? You were surprised when you read it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I forced Sadiq to read it.
He did.
Egyptian.
He really did.
all
through the museum.
Say what? Huh?
No, I said all through the museum. You had me reading stuff.
Yeah, I forced my brother to read it. Now it's really interesting because, all right. So won't you read it for them again?
There you go, Caesar.
Wait.
All hail Caesar.
No, let's do it right.
K
I
S R S.
Right? S, right? Kesserus. And it says what?
Jet.
All right. Jet Ankh, right? Living forever, right? And let's go to the next cartouche. Read that. The one next to it. Yep. You ain't gotta make it smaller. Let's read that.
You gotta help me with this one. I can't think.
Yes. Autoret. Right. So that's like what do you call it? Autoret is the kind of like it's the king, but it's in Roman, the autorator. So he's like the emperor, right? Emperor. And so in this situation now, they have with the king is Caesar, Octavius Caesar. And he is what? When he passed the one drop rule, they made him dark. They didn't put butyrene on him, but they made him dark like the Africans. And then next to him, we can only see by to the right.
That's as close I can get to the right.
Yeah, you're right there. right?
Yeah.
So so I was looking at the meta nature. So that is probably neck bet, right? That's probably neck bet. And I could yeah, something like give I don't know, ek, give skin ek. I don't know if that's skin or I would have to read that glyphs ma. I can't read the rest of it. I could get the rendition of it because it's late Egyptian, but
Yeah.
that kind of
Right
offering,
here.
no, the one above that.
Oh, this D, starting with D.
Yeah, D, and then this I forgot what this means. Can you help me out? It means I thought it meant skin, but it's more like an offering or something having to I forgot. I can look it up. I'm sorry.
I gotta look it up.
Ek, and then
Ek,
it's ma.
Ma, and I can't see what this
Right.
is.
But to the foreign
And
land.
we have the foreign land right here.
Foreign lands.
And
So
then
I'm probably trying to figure out
the suit.
yeah, Nusut in late Egyptian, right?
I can't see the rest. I don't know what the rest is down here.
All right. I can give you the translations later, and then let's go to Kesser on the right, and let's read what the glyphs mean. So we have the protection glyph, the Sa glyph, above next to Caesar, right? No, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. To the right, to the right. The purple one, the purple thing on top of his shoulder.
Oh, on top of his shoulder.
Yeah, you see his shoulder? Yeah, that's the Sa glyph, right? Protection, life, power, right? And then that is the that is what the delta or the that glyph right there is the delta protection.
The delta region, F.
His and then
his.
Yeah,
I can't see what that is right here.
Blow it up.
And then
I can give it to you.
That's as far as I can go, Reggie.
Okay, no, so it's jet forever. So it's basically like giving protection, life, power, right, to that region, but forever. And then he has to give, the king is being coronated. The Roman king is being coronated. So he has to meet every African deity. So on this temple, he goes through the initiation rituals of communing with and giving offerings to every African deity. I'm talking about Caesar, right? So he's given a henket. That's a henket offering, right? No, to the left, right there, right there. He's giving a henket offering, and I don't know if that's the, right. That's the double, right? That he's giving, but this is late Egyptian. To him, it's like FF, and then it's like to him, right? NF to him. All right, and let's go to the top of the right there. Let's blow that up.
As far as I know.
You're doing a good job. And so it's late Egyptian, so I have a little bit more problems. That's Hor. So he's giving it to Horus. Hor, right? And that is late Egyptian.
Yeah, see, all this is late Egyptian. It changes up a lot.
So he's giving an offering to Horus, basically. And yeah. And
they
then
add so many different letters.
Yeah, they're adding more information. And so let's go over to, okay, so he's giving those offerings to Horus, and then let's go over to, and he's also giving offerings to, go to the left. So Caesar Kesser is giving offerings to Horus, and go to the left.
As far as I can go.
Yeah, no, your cursor.
Right here.
Right. So now he is Jed Medu, right? Recitations to Hathor, right? And she is the the mistress, and then Emet and Minet, Minet, right? And then what is this right here? Something I can't see that glyph.
Is that the eye
over there that you're talking about? So
yeah, I can't right here. It looks like it's the eye of Horus.
No, it'd be
looks like the Osiris.
It would be. It would. No, it's not a. Let me see. No, it's not Osiris, but it's probably to make Lord. I don't know.
Eerie.
Yeah, Irid, Lord, to make to the Lord. I don't know if that's
Pet,
the Lord of the sky, and then you see the Netaru, right? Something, Lord of the Netaru, right? Yeah, and that bottom thing, I don't know if that's Lord or if that's the festival or Heb. I can't tell, but because I don't know if where it says where it's green, right? That thing that looks like a neb. I don't know if that's neb.
That the Jubilee Festival.
Yes, right. I don't know yet. And on the bottom, she is on the bottom. They're all giving the hinket, which is the offerings, basically to her. Okay. So all right, you got another slide. So here's Caesar. So this is not stolen, family. Watch this. This is not stolen. You have the Egyptian priest who was upset with the Ptolemies, right? Recognizing Caesar to beat the the Nubians. This is in Nubia, by the way. They were unhappy with the rule, so Caesar went to the Nubians, right? And so that temple is a Nubian Egyptian temple. So they're speaking the Meta Nature, and they're upset with the Ptolemies. And so Augustus Caesar is fighting the Ptolemies, which is Cleopatra and Mark Antony. Oh, so this is one of my great pieces. So you have this young man, and he has a shrine. He has a shrine of Asor. So all of these Kemetians who have shrines, I better see some shrines in their shrines. If I don't see a shrine in their shrine, I have a problem. Next slide. Okay, so blow up the thing with the lady. So every good man, so he's beautiful. He's so important, right? Thank you. He's so important, but who guides him? Who pushes him to success? Well, we have it right here. So there's his wife. She's in the back. She's very, very special because she's a priestess and she's pushing him to success. And how do we know? Go down a little bit.
That's far. Oh, there we go.
No, up. Sorry.
Oh.
Go up. Yeah. Go up a little bit. So what does this say? Can anybody read this? Can anybody read this?
No, the further I can only get
you can read it. No, go to stop playing.
I can't see the top.
Yes, you can.
Bad for me.
That's the Maki.
Yeah.
The respected one, right? The Maki, the respected deceased, right?
Her.
Right.
Or Nebet.
No,
I can't see this boat.
No, go up. You see Haru, right?
Yeah, I said Hathor. I said Haru.
So she's Lord. Bird catching. That's kind of like the bird catching symbol, but it's in a place. Nuit. You see the Nuit? So it's whatever. So she's the mistress, the Nebet, the mistress of this region, right? So this is where she comes from, and then go down. So then it says, his beloved, right? Hemet, his beloved wife. And what is her name? And what's her name? I'm doing magical meta nature, y'all, because you know the meta nature has not been deciphered, and you know Reggie does magical meta nature. Y'all know that, right? Because that's what they say I do, right? So what's her name? Her name is Ren.
Ren, her name is right here.
Renutet.
Renutet.
Yes, that's her name. That's the name that Polite gave one of his daughters.
Oh, snap. I didn't pay attention to Polite. So
yeah, Renetet. That's Renetet. Her name is Renetet. So that's the beautiful Renetet. And she has a cone on her head, you see? She has that cone on her head, but she is very special and she's pushing her husband to greatness. Behind every good man is what? A good woman. Next slide. Okay, so that's the offering in back of him, which is to Hootie, right?
It's rare. You don't really see it.
You don't really see it, right? Right, Lord, and then it's the Kente Amente, and then it's more Tahuti down there, and then it's I don't know if that's Makaru. Anyway, next. So okay, great. Oh, this is what the Egyptians look like. Oh, so this is in the 22nd dynasty. And you can blow up the Shabbatis, right? This look like Auntie. And then these are her magical workers, the Shabbatis, the Shaptis. Oh, they're brown too. Some not painted. They're not white, they're just not painted. And they have magical spells on her. And on her sarcophagus, these are, now the Pert Amaru was done already. But what they did is they did a coffin variation of the of coffin text on her to make her magical. So they put the spells on her body. Okay, so we have an outer coffin. Make it what do you call it? Make it yeah. So we have an outer coffin, we have an inner coffin, and we have the sarcophagus masked. So so there's three parts to this. Next slide. So unfortunately, until I get my go down a little bit. Can you go down?
Oh,
yeah.
Go back.
Go down.
One more?
No. Go down. Can you go down?
Go down.
Took it. I want to see her face. I want to see her face. No, her face. Well, we can look at some of that, but later. But go to see her face. Did you?
All right, let me go back.
Her body or just her face? Okay, so there. Okay, so because I'm just trying to figure out if it's the same one. Okay, next. That's not the same. I don't think that's the same one. Next.
Yeah, it's the same one.
It's the same one? Okay, good. All right, next. Yeah. So that's the same
body.
Yeah, her body. Okay, go ahead. Next. See what else you got. Okay, so because this is her hair. This is the hair of Amunani. This is her hair. So this is her wig. So they would use human hair with oil, and this is her hair that was found in the sarcophagus. Right. That's I guess that's Middle Eastern hair, right? Right, Ngozi? That's Middle Eastern hair right there, huh? Yeah, right. So that's a wig. Next. I think I'm boring people, so I'll stop.
No.
That is actually
Nuh-uh.
that is actually a real mummy, Sahu, right? So that is a real person. And what's interesting is that if you blow it up and you look at the back of the head, you can see that it's kind of like stuffed, so the hair is still there. So this mummy sarcophagus would have the hair, and somebody punched a hole, right? But that's where her, or his, I think it's a young man. Next. You have such great pictures. So here's an offering. So that's a real deer that was mummified. And then go up a little bit. If you can, go up a little bit to the top. No, yeah, you're going in right there. That thing right there, right? No, go to the top.
Right there?
No, that's the bottom, the top, the other way. See how much of that?
As far as I can go.
Okay, so can you reduce it? Okay, so that's shroud. So every mummy, dependent, not every mummy, but they had a shroud on them. And so like there's the shroud of Jesus, the shroud of Turin. Well, on top of most of the sahus, they had a veil. Next page. But I guess I'm boring people with the magical meta-necha next. Okay, this is great. So here, this is important to say that blow it up. Okay, so so women get an afterlife, right? So here's this is in the late period, 22nd, 23rd, maybe 25th dynasty. So
there's the Geb too, huh?
Say what? Let me see.
This is a Hotep Dina Suta Geb too.
Yes. Wow. So it's the Hotep Dino. So it changes in this particular period. Offerings to Geb, who is the Repet, the Arpa, right? The Repa of the Netaru, right? And gives them the Perkaru, the offerings of the geese, the cattle head, to the great Necher Ah, right? And it gives the linen, and it gives the linen there, and then okay, I don't know, it said MF, and I can't see the rest. If we go to the bottom, to everything that's good and pure. So that is Neb Wab. So it's Nebwa. Everything that's good and pure. That's what that
good
means.
And pure.
Good and pure.
Everything's good and pure in Ka.
To the Ka of Seer, right?
Seer.
To the right for the
Neb,
Ka.
this is broken
Neb Per, right? Per, and this is the person S, and then it's two. I don't know if that's who is I don't know what the one of them is the Ba, but not that one. That's
this one here.
The Baek of
her spirit.
Yeah, the Baek of the Baek 2, and then it says I'm just sorry. No, Sud. I'm trying to that's right to this Sud, and the person is Makaru. Yes. So the ending is Makaru
voice
of the Sat, of the daughter. You see the geese and the T, right? And so we know we're talking about a woman, right? So that other thing where I said Baek, and that Baek is true servant, the true servant, and her name was, it says the Neb Per, her name might be Ta or, right. Okay, so let's go back down. So then we, on the last register, we see Mut S, something, her mother, Mut S, her mother, who's Lord of the House, right? Lord of the House, something. And then we have, oh, wow, this is interesting. We have me like, and then that cat, that cat, I don't know if that's Basset, but I don't know right now. And then it says the Imaki, Useer. Seer, the respected Osir, the divine Osir. The Amaki, so now this person becomes an Osir. So women become Osirs. Go to the next one. But I'm doing magical meta nature, y'all. I am familiar with these types of text. Let's go. Oh, a Nubian. He gets an afterlife too. Oh wow, there's a Nubian. He gets an afterlife. Oh wow. The same thing. Hotep Dinon Sut to a seer, Lord, a Lord of nature, of Kente Amente, and then there is the Horrid on a staff. And I'm sorry, I'm not gonna try. He's right of this region, in this region, and he's the Netcher, and he is Makeru, and he is Makeru. So Nubians, oh shoot, Nubians get an afterlife, Makeru. They're not in Egypt, right? They're not Egyptians. Oh, stop it. Right, stop it. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so, oh, blow that up. Okay, let's look at that. So, wow, so this person who is a deceased, who's a Nubian, right? She is greeting Osir, right? With a Horus face. And then after that is a set, and then it's the four sons of Horus, right? And yeah, so she is the let me see, so she is definitely the Mut. So the first line of it says that she is the mother, the great mother of a seer. You moved it, but it's okay. So right. So my whole point of it is that you have the citizens of ancient Egypt, of different groups of people getting an afterlife. More importantly to all of you is that in the ancient Egyptian, what's so special about the ancient Egyptians is that unlike the Bible, unlike the Torah, unlike these written books, you actually see women getting an afterlife. So this woman is getting an afterlife. How y'all like that? You're not going to find that in the biblical. You're not going to find that in the Syrian. You're not going to find that in the Sumerian. You're going to find this only in Egyptians where women get an afterlife. So I think I don't know how many people's left because I bored everybody reading magical meta lecture. But Sadiq did very well in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, reading these things on the fly, because most people learn the meta lecture on paper. And so you have to step back and breathe to see it actually on the primaries. So I guess Pan-African James left, Zulu is here. How many people's in the chat? Because I can, wow, people run away when you start reading meta lecture, right? Right, Sadiq?
Oops. No, I guess so. I thought everybody was still here. They just dipped.
Yeah, because Reggie was reading meta lecture. So let me see. How many people on YouTube stream? Let's see.
Like 121 people still.
Oh, so there's some
113 people.
Oh, Tamika's here. Peace, Tamika. One. Isonic is still here. Peace. That good guy is here. Street Sufi is still here. Yeah.
They arguing in the chat.
You got any pictures? You got any other pictures? Or that's about
Yeah. Let me pull a couple more up.
I'm just so concerned that my right foot is giving me some problems. I don't know why. I'm gonna have to change my diet. But if there's a couple of people I want to take back to the museum to train. That's Brother La. Oh, nice. So this is in the Old Kingdom, right? So I guess they can't pass the one drop blood, right? So this is one thing about ancient Egypt is that oftentimes you will see the man with his wife. So in the afterlife, he just wants to say, "Yo, peace, God, thanks for everything," and stuff like that. Yo, God, Netta, yo, where my wife at? So she's standing here in her pose, showing that she has knowledge. And he is standing with his wise staff and his kerp, showing that he's administrator, right? And that's the best that we can actually get from these people, but this is Old Kingdom. So I guess they're Middle Easterns. I guess that they're Middle Easterns in Gobi. I can't move the slides. Sadiq has to move it. So what's the chat saying? Kinetic energy. And nah, I don't play that Taino revival pertinence either. Big words. Taino was wiped out by 7th century and nobody nobody know, goddamn. Tamika said water. Oh, Tamika 1 says peace and love. Thank you so much. Street Sufi, hopefully it's not about my brother. Hopefully it's not. What's it say about my brother? I don't know what that means. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Street Sufi. Yeah, it is. It is. But it's not fatal, right? Yeah. So Street Sufi is playing with us. He's saying it looks like people in Luxor. So blow this up. So Street Sufi, they look like they in Luxor too. Blow up the picture of the sister right there. This is Middle Kingdom right here. They in Luxor too? Yeah, they in Luxor? Yeah, yeah, I should. I'm sure. I don't know. They culturally ain't dressing like the Adept, right? Go down. Go down. Oh, this is Middle Kingdom. She's in Luxor too. Sister right there is in Luxor. Sure. Nah. Next picture. Lose that one real quick, Street Sufi. Kai, so this is the beautiful thing about this is a tomb wall, but there's a hole that shows you that the deceased Ka is hiding in the hole right there. So that is the person's spirit form of Kai, and we can zoom it out. And interesting is that you see the tracing on the wall before they incised it. Go back, blow it up again. Right there, yeah. So you see the tracing in the wall, so it's not completely finished. So the draftsman traced for it to actually be sculpted, right? Okay. So you see a lot of the tracings. Thanks. Yeah, what happened was I ate a pizza. I ate a pizza and it had toppings on it. And that was the first time I got a pain in my foot. But then I've been drinking, what do you call it? Cherry juice, which I'm drinking right now. And then I went to an event. After that, and my foot was giving me problems, and I went to the event with hard shoes on, and then when I came home, it's not been the same. It's been now 2 weeks. Okay, so here's a sister on a boat with Nubian or that cow type of dressing, and you see the sister with her little pin. I forgot the name of the a dress that women, pencil suit. So the sisters on the pencil suit, and I guess these people look like Middle Eastern too, Ngozi. Street Suvi, nope. Next picture, nope. Nope. So these are a mixed group of Africans, because y'all like the word Africans, on a boat on the Nile getting provisions. And she's handling the ducks. Next picture. Sadiq's pictures. Oh, blow this up. There go Brother Reggie. There go Brother Reggie with his New York Timbs. And these are brothers and sisters doing work on the Nile. Interesting that the sister is carrying her provisions on her head. Wonder in Egypt. Interesting, like the people in Southern Africa and up the Nile River. So she's carrying the women are carrying provisions on their head. Next picture. So we're looking at the continuity of African culture. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Hey, listen, if anybody's out there want to buy Brother Reggie lunch, oh shoot. Buy Brother Reggie lunch for this. Normally I don't just see where I am. Yeah, buy me lunch tomorrow. Yeah, buy Brother Reggie lunch. For reading Magical Meta-Nature. So there you go. And so the people are carrying things on their head, the sisters and the brothers, right? Go ahead. Oh, so the vegetarian Kemetic people, no, they eat cattle. So here is a beautiful thing where you have the dappled cattle, you have the black cattle, you have the red cattle, right? So they're caring for the cattle. So these are real life images of daily life in Egypt. Next. Right? Red cattle and black cattle. Wonder why they chose the red cattle and the black cattle. Next. So they're butchering the cattle. So they're butchering the dappled cattle and the red cattle. They're butchering. So the ancient Egyptians eat meat, y'all. Probably too much. They probably had gout too, and a bunch of stuff. Go ahead. Next one. So there's the family, the mixed family, mixed colors on a boat. And then the brother right there, don't go yet. See the brother right there? He looks like he's from Ghana. Look at the brother to the right with the yeah, right there. So he's dressed like a Ghanaian. And yeah. Okay, so go ahead. Next one. I guess those are Middle Easterners. Nope. Nope, Ngozi, I'm sorry. Next. So sorry, Ngozi. Lose on that. Right? They don't look like the Adept. They look like the African. Go ahead. They Kim. Next photo. Sadiq took some really great pictures. Y'all might need to contract him and buy his pictures. Next. 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 Okay, so they're dealing with their meal, their corn is grain, and then you have some people counting it. You have the scribes counting it. Next. Next. So you have a temple with a garden, right? Right, a temple faced with a garden. Go ahead. Next. Oh, blow that up. Oh, we West Africans. Ancient Egypt and did not connect to Central Africa and West Africa. Fail. This looks like an Ashanti man. Fail. Same type of dress. Beautiful linen, right? Of this this actual person who is deceased on the side is his name, but go ahead. Next. So all of this is Middle Egyptian, by the way. You can blow that up. Let's see who this is. Go to the top. Okay, go to the top. So his horse name is Masut. His Sarah name is, what's his Sarah name? You can read it.
Oh no, I got a lot of noise in the background.
That ain't got nothing to do with your eyes.
Huh?
I said that ain't got nothing to do with your eyes.
No, I said I got a lot of noise in the background.
So what's his Sarah name?
Go ahead. I got it. I got noise in the background. I don't want to.
Yeah, it's hurting your eyes. I'll read it. It's Sarah Eamon Imhat. Amenahat. He is Amenahat. This is Amenahat. Eamon Amenahat. Go to the top. Go to the top of it now. And this is his Nepti name, right? Nebit and Wajet, and his name is Wehem Masut. Many Burbs. That's his name, Lord of the many Burbs, right? Go ahead. Go down to the bottom. Hi. That's kind of messed up. I can't read it, but it gives all the things like give life like Ra forever. That's what's on the bottom. Give life like Ra forever. Okay. Next. So when I'm arguing with Medu Netcher and language against illiterate people who want to tell me about Kemet, I tell them to kick rocks because you can't read none of this. And I can read 70% of it. Next slide. I can read 70% of it. Okay. So this is jewelry from a queen. Right? This is her Sunday outfit, I guess, right? So you can see the beautiful gems, and you can see the artistry, and this is what a queen would wear, right? Next. Inlaid jewelry, next. This is her Thursday and Friday wear. So you can see that she has cowrie shells. Oh, she has cowrie shells. She has ankle and wrist bracelets, and on the side case she has earrings. So this is her outfit for Thursday. Next page. Okay. So blow this up. Blow it up a little bit more. Okay. Go to the top of it. Wonderful. All right. So this piece right here is a masterpiece. This is 4 women at a funeral, or 4 women acknowledging themselves. There are no men in this photo. It's just 4 women telling their story. 4 Black women telling their story. It's a masterpiece. No men is involved, right? They're talking about who their mother is, right? And the different relationships, right? It's a masterpiece of showing that African women have enormous amount of status in ancient Egypt. Next. Okay, so let's go here. Let's look at this. Okay, so this person doesn't have Butyrant on it, but he has a brown face, and we can read the Hotep di Nosut. I'm not going to read it, but this is what you call a coffin text. So spells would be on the coffin text, but this one is doesn't have a lot of spells. It has just the offerings. Next. He has inlaid eyes, by the way. His eyes are lifelike. He has next. Oh no, that's the Magi quivers. So here we go. Blow it up. So that's a Winnet. So you have to understand, go to the top. Right, wonderful. So these are the quiver and the bows that the warriors and the shield that they would carry. These are Nubian type, Egyptian type, but the bowmen would be the Magi. And you can make a glyph from this, which is a winnet. And then you have the different staffs, which is the curb, the heck staff. The Shechem, the curb or the Shechem staff. Okay, and then you have a mace staff. Go ahead, next page. Okay, blow this up. So to Ngozi, these are like the Middle Easterns, but these are not like the Nubians. He says it's more like the North African people in Cairo, but I say that they're more like the Southern Egyptians and the Nubians. So these are Shaptis, and they all have spells on their cloths to help the deceased in the afterlife. Next. These are the jewelry of the queen, right? Of a wife, a queen. Next. Next, we've seen something like that before, and it's blurry. Next.
I think that's it. I think
Okay.
we done went through all of them.
Yeah, so I have more, but you have a very good camera. So ta-da! Brother Reggie did magical Medu Nature for you. Showed you the culture. You decide if these people can pass the one drop rule. If these are African people, these are not the Adept. These are not the people. The customs are different. The culture's different, right? These are African people. And what does the chat say? Tamika, he Arab. Kinetic, you want to respect next time you show up, show a goddamn source. Street Sufi, anyway, you all have a good night. Peace to you all. Chasing a feeling. Yeah, Street Sufi, we're gonna do a fundraiser. We're gonna buy you a tablet for your car so you could show something. I hack a lot question. How does this old stuff help anyone? No disrespect. Well, let me just speak to you directly. I hope you know enough about your grandparents and your great-grandparents and your great-great-grandparents. And so you should give respect first to the people that bore you, that raised you, that family. How does this old stuff help? Well, without it, you're a tumbleweed. You have no connection to the past. It doesn't necessarily directly help people, but it helps us clear up some misconceptions about the Bible. I mean, the Torah and the Bible. It tells us that there was a living culture, and those people came into Egypt at some time, and that their God didn't teach them how to write. The ancient Egyptians, the Africans, taught the Hebrews and the Canaanites how to write. So the Ten Commandments was written by the by the fingers of God, but it was written in Proto-Sinaitic, and so God plagiarized the system of the Africans. So it helps dispel lies, and it helps tell you the truth. Does that help you? That God used an African language, Proto-Sinaitic that was born in Africa. Does that help you? That the commandments that was done, Moses was what do you call it? Moses was was trained in the ways of the Egyptians. Does that help you? Well, I'm showing you the Egyptians. I'm showing you what and so Moses already knew the Meta Necha. So what language now if Moses was trained in the ways of the Egyptians, so what language did God write in the Ten Commandments? What language did he write in? He didn't write in Hebrew. Hebrew wasn't born yet, so it was Proto-Sinaitic or it was ancient Egyptian. Moses couldn't read Proto-Sinaitic. He had to read Egyptian, right? He was trained in the ways of the Pharaoh from the birth. He spoke Egyptian. God had to speak to his ass in Egyptian. He didn't know Hebrew yet, right? He didn't know Hebrew. So that's how it helps us. God had to speak to Moses in Medu-Neter, the golden calf. Moses threw the tablets because the people started re-worshiping Hathor, right? So it gives us out of biblical truth, right? I showed you, since you want to be slick, no disrespect, I showed you that women get an afterlife, right? We can see women getting an afterlife. Where does the Bible and the Torah show that women specifically get an afterlife? You send me some AOL mail on that. Those concepts was born in the civilization of Africa. And the African women knew that they could get an afterlife. So there you go. This is a beautiful piece right here. So this is actually a picture of a early depiction of a figure that you might say is a Venus figure, right? But it's in Egypt. So she has locks and she's doing what Smash showed us before, that these women hold their breasts. Next page. You got another page? Okay. Next page. Okay. Next page. So, okay. So there's the beautiful red pot, black top pottery, right? Different pottery, but here the Nubian pottery had to shine. The rest of the pottery was so it's a mixture of Nubian pottery and Egyptian pottery. So the Nubian pottery was that excellent work. It had a shine. You see it? It was the best pottery. Okay, right there, because of the coating, right? So this is right here. We see Egyptian and Nubia meet. Next. So if you wanted that top pottery, got it from Nubia. Next. Okay, so this is the exhibit, African Origin of Civilization, right? Where they compare Egypt with West Africa and Central Africa, right? Go ahead. So you see what they did was they took the liberty to compare different aspects of Egyptian with West African art. They picked these pieces. Next. This is the dedication to Sheikh Anta Diop, right? Same concepts, East Africa and West Africa. Can't see it. Okay. So yeah, there's the stool, the Nigerian, I think that's a Nigerian stool, and that's a Egyptian headrest. Okay, so now they compare kingship. So here you have a king with his gnome god, right? A king with his gnome god, his particular gnome god. And on the right, you have some work from either Nigeria or Congo. I can't tell. I need the caption. But this is kingship with kings and their subjects or spiritual counterparts. Next. Next. Can't see that. Okay, so blow that out. So wonderful. This is actually in pre-dynastic time. In pre-dynastic time, this is roughly about 3400 BC. 3400 BC. And what we have is not just the ankh, but on the side of the ankh, there is a hand. So you can see the little fingertips. And so when we're not supposed to be writing, we're writing. So this says ka ankh. And what they would do is they would put the oil in the middle, and then they would pour it on the they will pour it on in the other case, which the item is missing, is a wab. Is basically the glyph for wab. So they're actually writing. They're actually writing before they're supposed to be writing. Next. But I'm doing magical meta nature. This is let me just see what this is. Okay, so I would have to, okay. So this is on a fishing boat. This is on the way in the Middle Kingdom. So this is a prayer for people on a fishing boat. Go ahead. I'm not going to read it, but go ahead. Yeah, we can read some of it. Go back. So blow it up. Go down. Okay. So, oh man, Sadiq, who are we talking about? Who's this for? Can you read any of it? Top.
No, I was trying to be quiet because my daughter in the background. I didn't want to.
Okay, so, all right. So basically, it says nub offering, gold offering. It looks like. Okay, so let me catch it right there. It says Nasut Rek. Nasut Rek. So it's the king's acquaintance, or the king knowers, and then it says Nub Hotep, and then it changes kind of direction, and then it basically says Nasut Rek again on this side, and then who's this right here? Who's that? You want to blow it up?
Who?
Yeah, so that's why Sadiq passes the test. That's the Pharaoh Khufu. So this was at the time of the pyramid builder Khufu, and something beloved. I can't see that all. And then go down. Let's see who it belongs to. So then it says the king's acquaintance, and then in their beloved Khufu, and then there's a woman, and she has her child, and the child it says something like Sat, the daughter, right? The daughter of the man, or there's the daughter the daughter with the on the bottom, right? And go to the other side. And here's the husband, right? And then he has someone down there, and that's his son, right, of the man on the bottom. And so these Africans, they don't want to see, they respect God. Hey God, what's going on? How you doing? Hey, where my wife at? That's who I want to see. That's how they get down. Beloved of Khufu. Beloved Khufu. There you go. So that how the African is not as spooky as you think. They're really concerned about seeing their wife and children in the afterlife. That's who they. So that's pretty much like a photo album. So with that said, Brother Reggie, thank you. If anybody bought me lunch, I think I'm done. And thank you, Sadiq, man, for thank you. Oh, stop right there. So blow this up. Okay, so great. So this is the goddess, the earliest goddess of Egypt. Her name is Bat, and she has writing on her. It depends on the back, but the first writing that I can see is where her vagina is, and that is the meta-necha for shish sha, and that means pool. And then up on top of it, right, there is more writing right there, and this is a time period before writing. The paper mache wore off, but it's basically a staff with a kind of a cattle, right? Like a mother. So let's go to the next. So she's a bird woman. Okay, there she goes. So now this is writing when writing is not supposed to exist. So we have a opposite. We have the set animal or the dog, and we have written in Medu-Neter, before Medu-Neter is supposed to be written, we have whore. So we know it's whore. So you think it's pictorial, but it's not pictorial, it's actually writing, because next to the falcon is actually Medu-Neter. So blow it up a little bit if you can. Right. So in the back of the Horus is a bird beak, and that's whore. And then the bottom is the mouth, so it makes the sound whore. So there you go. So that's writing before the Abydos labels. And this is in Nakata, right? This is in Nakata, right? And then she has her hair, she got her hair done next. And I think I'm getting ready to go to sleep. So see if there's anything. Okay, you can blow this up. And I think this is going to do it for me. So right there, you have the woman Bot with her hands up above her head, and she has her followers. And then on the bottom, you have a sister with her hair braids, with her followers, right? Maybe her 3 daughters. Next page. Next page. And you know, the funny thing is, Black people don't really go to the museum. So it's usually Asians and Europeans, and most of them, majority of them can't read the Medu-Neter. So when I start reading, like with Sadiq and his family, they cloud around and they air hustle. So next page, and then maybe I'm out.
All right. Sorry about that. Okay, you out?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave. I think I appreciate.
All right. You have a good night, Reggie. You take care. Make sure you rest up, brother.
You know, I'm hoping that I can get it together, yo. I'm not used to it being sick. Right. Peace.